Good morning, everyone. We wanted to say welcome to our task force members, our presenters, and any members of the public who may be joining us. Today is February 25th meeting of the HAB Task Force. Before I get started with roll call, just wanted to give a quick overview of our agenda for today. We will start out with a Bloom update, and then we'll have some of our roundtable updates that we usually do at our meetings. We do have a few speakers lined up for today. One to kind of add on to our Bloom update. Here we've invited Liz Longstreet to come and present on some results and discussion that occurred at a recent workshop. And then this afternoon, we will have some facilitated discussion and we will consider thinking about some efforts beyond red flag. And that's something that we've been discussing for a while now. So I'll go ahead and get started with the roll call. So if you don't mind, for the members in the room, we will let me just say hi, but then we have a few people that are joining us virtually, so that'll be a chance to unmute and just check your audio. Okay, so we'll go ahead. Don Anderson.
Present.
Emily Cooley is on her way. Dwayne DeFries.
Present.
Hey, George.
Present.
Charles Jacoby.
Present.
Kirkpatrick.
Present.
Sherry Larkin.
Present.
Michelle Smith. Rhonda Watkins.
Present.
Dave Whiting.
I'm here.
Great. Thanks so much, everyone. So without further ado, we'll go ahead and jump into our Bloom update, and I'll be sharing this with Matt Garrett. Go ahead and go to our slides. Okay, so I just wanted to give an update on the ongoing Bloom, kind of catch you up from the last task force meeting. And slide. So just to give kind of a quick high-level overview, we are still experiencing a bloom. We first saw cells above background levels in September, so that was about 6 months ago. We first saw bloom concentrations, which are 100,000 cells per liter in October, so now we've been seeing that for about 5 months. This bloom has been a very patchy bloom. There's been a pretty strong offshore component since the bloom began. And we've seen this balance between upwelling and downwelling favorable winds. And essentially what that has done is moved the bloom steadily south, but then we see these excursions back to the north. And at the end of January, we started to see some intensification. I'll show that a bit. And we also just had some recent northward extension. And so, again, it's been a very dynamic bloom, changing from day to day and week to week. And so that's the high level overview, but I'll show some examples. Go to the next slide. So this is an overview of the satellite imagery going back to the first observations of bloom concentrations post Milton, and that was way back in October. And you can see just through the tracking the yellow over time, and we'll zoom in a little bit more, but you can see that this bloom has changed quite a bit in terms of its first expression, and then it's moved steadily south. And if you can see where we're at with some of the more recent imagery, it seems to have sort of calmed down, at least in intensity, but also extended across a bigger part of the coastline. And so that's kind of where we're at right now. You can see that there's been different patches. We've been following these patches for a while. Some of these patches have been impacting the Keys recently. So we've started to have some impacts related to those. And of course, when we have a patch that hangs around by the Keys for a long time, we start to worry about the potential transport to the East Coast. Thus far, though, we've been monitoring on the East Coast, and those samples have been Crimea free. If we can go to the next slide. So this just shows some of that intensification throughout the month of January. And you can see by this point, earlier in the bloom, we had a pretty decent mix of Crimea and other things like dinoflagellates. And in some of these patches, we were actually able to go out and ground truth in a survey. But you can see that there's quite a bit of change in intensity even over the course of several days. And if we can go to the next slide. We were able to conduct one of our routine surveys from the 25th to the 31st, and we were able to take an imaging flow cytobot out. We were able to ground truth some of those patches, see that in fact cornea was there and at quite high concentrations. We're still working on sharing the imaging flow cytobot data. We have a cruise out right now. Matt will explain a little bit more about what we're doing, but unfortunately we've been having issues trying to get the GPS and the IFCB connected, and so we haven't been able to issue the maps right now. So something that we're still working on, but I know that trying to get those shared is something that it's an ongoing process. And so we've started to put them out over social media, and we're considering building them into our reports, but we've also included language about these in our status updates. So again, this was the imagery at that time, and we were getting images from Rhonda partners down in Lee County, Collier County that showed very, very vivid bloom patches. Thankfully, that seems to have calmed down a little bit. But unfortunately, what we've seen over the course of these several weeks is that we've had a lot more impacts reported. We've been pretty lucky throughout this bloom. There haven't been a lot of impacts, but we, of course, with that onshore expression of the bloom, have started to have more of those impacts, especially from basically the Tampa Bay down to the Keys, although it is patchy and seems to line up pretty well with the bloom. This is something we're continuing to track. There have been a few mammal reports as well. And so we can go to the next slide. We're hopeful that as we see just in the past several days, this reduced surface expression and the remote sensing imagery. So that's the good news. The bad news is that it's now sort of spread up the coast. And so what comes next? And that is a great question, and we don't really know. So I'll turn it over to Matt, who will give a little bit more of an update about what we have going on right at this moment. And this is partly in response to that elevated chlorophyll that we've been tracking over time, but trying to go out and get a better sense of what might be going on in some of the processes.
So, Steve mentioned we had a cruise, partnership cruise with ALL January, and he's coming every 2 months. So the next one's not scheduled until next month, and we decided that we wanted to get another event or another effort in out of the field to kind of help run these key time points. It shouldn't wait too long. So this cruise came together very quickly. A lot of different partners who recognized the need to continue sample evaluation ongoing. Again, particularly to fill those time gaps. So there's a third event response that is underway in Southwest Florida. Research vessel, the Hogarth right now is located just southwest of CST. It's doing its first 24 hours of sampling. It's a 3-day event. Right now we have 9 research scientists from 4 different agencies. All the partner agencies listed here, including FWRI, of course, University, Oregon State University, Texas University, and USF. Samples to be collected that we're planning on collecting over this year, they include vital correspondence, molecular, chemical, and physical and optical. So this really is multidisciplinary. We're kind of looking at all different aspects. Additionally, there's a surface drifter that deployed last night here that we thought was maybe the epicenter of the most intentional path feature. And that's to help route through the surface model, not surface drifting models. With this team, we can investigate multiple faceted approach on low characteristics, expand on the current bloom routine, expand beyond the current routine sample that it's. So this survey builds upon the 2 previous surveys, as you mentioned. The first one occurring in October that we did post-hurricane response, outside response. We're continuing to study this bloom because it's evolving and moving. Next slide, please. Okay, so this imagery here on the left, satellite image that was heard, which was Sunday. As you can see, the feature that Kate was describing before is kind of somewhat dissipated. You're still getting somewhat of returns, so we decided to focus on that area. Red dots there are the proposed single sites for the first 24 hours. They actually expanded down to south because they did work on the dissipation is a strong feature. Seen a few weeks ago, much of the survey will be adapted and driven by what we see time on the boat. Science crew includes close communication with us here at shore to make the best informed decisions. The idea here, hopefully, is to cut across these features, these low intensities, and revisit the sites at different parts of the day. So just once we come back time of day. Currently, we also have we have 3 gliders on the west of the shelf. I'm showing 2 here, one further north, about the area of interest. This is actually a really good opportunity. Now we have assets in the water that can tell us what's going on in depth, help direct us again where we're going to stand.
I can't read the axes.
So the glider?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the top 2 are from the USF glider that's located right now just north on the north Island. The top one is temperature, the bottom is chlorophyll. So the top one we're trying to show that stratified. So at the time, this was 2 days ago, I believe. The time for stratified, their time is more well mixed. We start to see more stratified water column. We just had a flood pass through too, so we don't know if this is still what's going on. But the chlorophyll in particular, the middle means USF one, the bottom one is the boat one that's located further south off Charlotte Harbor. Notice we're seeing a return of chlorophyll signature depth, which is interesting to us. Can't say for sure whether that's a pretty gross or not, but you know what's going on out there right now. It's interesting, especially since it's pretty far offshore. Physics are doing on the shelf, your shelf, potential off-welling source growth. So we're using those data and we're seeing real time analysis and ICD data to try to dictate where to go and when to go. The pre-NFA forecast predicts northern transport on the coast and weather systems approaching this weekend. So this being the report is kind of moving up and down the coast. So we're expecting this potentially to move whatever left over this season. I work in our favor too.
Now, the people online are seeing you're coming in, just projecting.
Yeah. Next slide, please. So this survey blends nicely with the ongoing efforts that we've had with the SFER cruises with NOAA AOML. As Kate showed before, this left hand shows the most recent effort that we did with the underwater. So we had 2 IMCBs on board. The first one is hooked up to the flow-through system, in which it's taking a sample every 20 minutes. And it produces these maps, underway maps, basically every 12 hours. They process these real time on board, send the map back to shore. So we have this map continuing updating. We can share with management. So we have that. One actually on board for that. The second one we kind of added recently. That one we're using to do more depth resolution sampling from specific CTD casts. While one is just doing surface, the second one we can take specific sites and run the samples every couple of meters to the IMCB to kind of see what the vertical structure is looking like in the water column. See, basically there's intensity, there's different concentrations at different depths, but also the cell physiology, morphology, things like that. We're also taking discrete samples along with those IMCB samples for different assays, looking at programmed cell death. The rest is including me, but basically trying to look at what the bloom health is. I'm trying to infer what the bloom health is. Next slide, please. So unfortunately, as Kate mentioned, we're having some data stream issues with GPS. So we're unable to show you the map for the past 24 hours. Our ICB magicians on board right now are trying to find a way around that. Hopefully they'll be able to produce something soon that we can share with everyone. But anecdotally, from what they've been reporting from the field, is that they were seeing low to very low concentrations offshore depth, and a diatoms dominated assemblage in a well-mixed water column for sure. So just to kind of summarize some survey goals, so beyond mapping and tracking, we've done before, the SFDR cruises, this survey hopes to capture some specific goals, including the ones following here. So using multiple tools in harmony to explore deeper community structures across size and taxonomic scales for interactions and their variability in response to events, stochastic events. To build on the multi-year time series that we already have on the West Coast Shelf, key Bernea brevis bloom-related nutrients, and help define potential sources and sinks of those nutrients. To use a wealth of data from these efforts to help strengthen and parameterize the biological and ecosystem model development, and to try to find depth dynamics in the bloom event using greater depth resolution, as I mentioned. Features to show clear vertical structures that often aren't captured from other sampling. Confirm some observations from what we're seeing in the gliders. Additionally, really develop assays, dive deeper into the cell physiologies, and inference can be made about the bloom health.
Thank you so much. And just to kind of add on to that, one of the big questions with a bloom like this is whether cells are actively growing or whether the physics is dominating. And we have been using the IFCB to kind of think about whether or not we can assess that in a different way than we have been. And one of the nice things with IFCB, in the past, we've shown that we can see cells actively dividing. And so that obviously is great when we can catch that. And when we go out on a survey where we're working 24 hours around the clock, we have better potential of catching that. When we add in a second IFCB so that we can screen vertical samples, we have an even better chance because we're not just looking at the surface. But one of the other things that we have been looking at are changes in cell volume over time. And we can see that there's a very clear diel signature where we can see that the cell volume is shifting, and we can link that to asexual division rates. So in addition to actually seeing the cells dividing, we have some other metrics that we can look at, and there is a fairly robust signature that we can see over the course of a 24-hour transition from light to dark. And so thinking about that, it allows us to pull things like an estimated growth rate, but also the actual biovolume of the cells. And so those are metrics that we can then take and put back into the ecosystem model that we've been working on with Young Blue and his group at USF. So just to give an example, and of course, then we can use the physical models to help understand how things are moving around. And hopefully this allows us much better resolution for being able to tease apart things like aggregation versus growth. So just wanted to kind of share that. And we haven't yet, we've done a lot of diel analysis with our fixed IFCB data, but we haven't yet started to do a lot of that with the cruise data. I think we're up to 33 SFDR surveys that we have had the IFCB on, and kind of built in some enhanced measurements for things like increased nutrient coverage. So that is continuing to be a really important source of long-term data, and it gives us some baseline information to compare against events and sort of these episodic issues, like whether it's a hurricane or something else. So just wanted to give a little bit extra there and how these fit into those routine surveys. So it just gives us a little chance to dive into some science questions, and we also have some different partners involved with the event response. So we've had more of a molecular focus. So yeah, any questions for Matt? For me?
What trace metals?
Which trace metals?
Yeah.
So it's outside my wheelhouse. That's Kristen Buck's group, Oregon State University.
I don't think I can rattle off the list, but aluminum, nickel, cobalt. I'm not sure if she's doing lead, iron, but things that are going to be changing, that can be some things that are utilized by biology, some things that are not, some things that have more of a terrestrial signature. So she's able to tease apart, something related to what the phytoplankton are doing relative to what might just be coming in from coastal or oceanic waters. And then over time, we can have a much better sense of those sort of seasonal signatures on what might happen.
So first, I'm really pleased to see the kind of surveys that you're running. It's many years working up north where we ran these kind of long coastal surveys. I was hoping to see a lot more down here. So now this partnership with AO now is great. Drone cruises, I'm really thumbs up. I think is a really good thing to keep going. Some specific questions though, Matt. Can you show the LiDAR slide again?
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to see if we can get the fan and disposal sound.
So the one that you show down south, that's the moat one. You're highlighting. First of all, I was curious how are you getting the signal right near the bottom? Is the slider actually?
So it's hard.
LiDAR tracking to look like.
So yeah. So it's kind of hard to see there, but it's not actually hitting bottom, right? So they I think turn off around 3 or 4 meters. The altimeter will tell return to the glider saying they're close, and they'll start to do the pitch up. So when the gliders come back too, this is all telemetry, right? So when they come back, they can download data, and that mosaic they can fill in and interpolate all the way to the bottom. So then those pictures look a lot cleaner, but this one they're not actually getting the bottom. So yes, there's that feature that they're seeing is maybe not at the bottom, or 2 meters off.
Because we have this nepheloid layer that is resuspended, a lot of detritus, a lot of stuff down there. Is that what you've got, or do you think you actually have a somewhat active bloom population?
So historically, I'll say that when we've done a better job in the past 5+ years of having discrete samples when gliders are deployed and recovered, and or when we have cruises like this, working with whoever entity is in charge of the glider to have them kind of middle around stations where we're having the cruise come by, even if it's not picking up or deploying, just so we can have some measurements together. Historically, those features at the bottom are you picoplankton, smaller things. So there's a chance that this is what that is, but also if nothing else was going on, if we didn't have a bloom event, I would say that's probably good. Now that we have a bloom event, I'm a little more questioned, and that's for the boat glider on the bottom. The US one, the USF one in the middle, that kind of went further offshore, that mid-depth feature that you can almost kind of squid sometimes make out a die over migration pattern there. I would suspect that's probably not Pico, that's something else, but that's also further out. You can see on the side, maybe
The scale, that's the scales on these. Usually when we see these offshore, the scale might max out at 1 or 2. But what we're seeing here is that signature is more up around 5. And so that says that it's higher than normal, just comparing past imagery.
Yeah. So the track is cut off because I try to marry the satellite imagery with the glider track. But that USF track for Stella is further west. So we're looking at the bar across the bottom, that's time, right? So that's moving. It was offshore. The deeper water, it came back on the shelf. Right. So a lot of those features you saw were out.
Questions?
The nature of your connectivity issues are, is software, hardware, satellite service. Do you have any idea?
It's a really technical thing between vessel, what kind of GPS data stream the vessel pulls in. We were isolating ourselves and having our own GPS bucket we would ingest in the IFC. Each ship is different in the way that they present it, in the format, in the frequency. So harmonizing all of that is beyond me to this. Again, the magicians do all this. They are having problems with the vessel and trying to get the data stream proper. So what they're going to try to do now is take static GPS, have it download every couple of hours, get the static file, and try to match up by time, which is super laborious and smashing things together.
They're also sampling.
Yeah, so,
So
this is when they have time in between all the other stuff. So I got the text message at 1:45 this morning. So probably not going to happen.
but as soon as they come back, they're coming back on Thursday morning. So then we'll be able to download the data and hopefully then we'll have the full GPS data set too, and we'll be able to vary those. Yeah, around that.
Just one more question, and maybe you don't know. I know EcoHab is looking at life and death. Do you know if they were able to get out there and get samples when this thing just seemed to crash?
They have not gotten samples, but I know it's sort of an active discussion with the project team, and Matt and I are both participating in those discussions and trying to share. Like, he just sent a great update last week to show kind of what's been going on, because I know that they had been sampling at least by shore and couldn't find cells. And so they were like, where did the cells go? And we're like, well, you know, things kind of got moved offshore. So I think it's important to keep a close watch on, and I would love it if this were termination ongoing.
I know, I'm like holding my breath. I'm trying to hold my breath. Is it go or is it just?
But I will say having the chlorophyll data that we're seeing is something that we definitely want to keep a close watch on with the glider. So that's something that, again, it will be really good to get some sampling so we can see what is out there in those subsurface patches. And we've seen, like, up until January, things were pretty well mixed. The water column was pretty well mixed, but now we're starting to see the stratification. We're starting to see these intense fronts, horizontal fronts. And unfortunately, those are conditions that can be pretty favorable for Carnea development. And so that's just something we want to keep a close watch on. Whether it's for aggregation or for growth, yes. So, and I'm always hopeful that the bloom will just go away, but I think it's important to say always. Everyone knows that's always my goal, is to make it go away.
Hitting into spring too, so
It's a natural.
the season,
Yeah.
well, the physics are going to change, right? The prevailing winds, fronts, all that stuff is going to change. So it's kind of a lot of uncertainty about where that's going. Good or bad, so to speak.
In my neck of the woods, it's usually, snowbird season, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that 1 week that we had, those test patches that we saw from satellite that we do, that was a really quiescent time, that period. So I think that might lend well to that surface aggregation. We saw pictures of polar flights, and now getting high energy fronts, that kind of thing. So.
We don't often show the satellite imagery, the sort of the true color imagery, but we've been able to see a lot of resuspension events. And basically, when there's a lot of sand that gets mixed up, it just kind of, it has a very clear signature. And so that's something that has been pretty prevalent multiple times throughout this event. Okay. Well, thanks so much, Matt, and hope they can get the GPS situations figured out. I don't have an official update on an official update on spinning fish. I just wanted to mention that at least in terms of some of the observations relative to last year, we have gotten a few reports. There have been a few reports of sawfish, but thus far it's much reduced compared to last year. And so we're continuing to monitor with a lot of different partners. And we haven't seen the same levels of benthic algae that we saw last year. So I'm not sure what's going to happen with that either, but I did just want to mention that we are continuing to monitor that situation, both through the fish kill hotline as well as through our regular monitoring. Correct. Yeah, and that definitely, there have been fish kills, and so we have worked with some of the guides that we've partnered with to do sampling. They've helped out with some of their responses. But yeah, it's definitely one of those. If we had last year, since we didn't have a Carnea bloom at the same time, we were able to kind of have one isolated situation. Now it's a little bit like, okay. And then Carrie Lopez will present later on Iridium, but we are continuing to prepare for other HABs as well, so never quiet. And then we just started up, I went away on leave, and then I guess we're starting up weekly cyanobacteria calls now.
It's starting, just everything ramping up.
Yeah, so
It's happened certainly before. It's just, yeah, it's an early year.
No shortage of HABs right now. And with that, let's go ahead and get some updates from our working groups. So just kind of continuing on with event response, I thought that we could start with Dave Whiting to give just kind of an update on fish kill cleanup and DEP's response there.
Sure.
Yeah.
So DEP reached out to all the affected counties, find out whether they were needing financial assistance yet. None of the counties were asking for financial assistance. So DEP has $19.7 million to put towards the fish cleanup efforts. There are agreements that have been drafted that are prepared to go should county need financial assistance. There's also $10 million in financial assistance available for innovative tech type of mitigation efforts. That's it.
Okay, let's go to Emily for an update on the HAB health.
So our last meeting occurred mid-December, and then things got kind of lost in the holidays, but a lot happened during that meeting. We first of all wanted to make sure that our members were good to continue for another 2 years, and all of them agreed, so the HAB Health Working Group will continue. Kate gave us a red tide boom update, and then we have continued our presentation series, I guess, for the HAB Health Working Group, where each meeting we are having somebody come in to present. The last meeting we had Wendy Stepner with the Florida Poison Control Center to talk to the group, which kind of set up a good place for us to segue into our conversation about our healthcare provider training that we're trying to set up for HABs. It's a lengthy process. It's not in the final stages at all, but there's really good discussions going on with the HAB Health Working Group as to what we should include in that healthcare professional training. We're kind of modeling it a little bit based off of the way that we're doing currently veterinarian training for HABs and informing the veterinarians in Florida. So we found a national training that has already been produced by healthcare providers, but we're trying to make it a little bit more Florida specific. And then another big thing that the working group has been working on is occupational health documents. So we were creating one for blue-green algae, one for red tide, and one for sargassum, kind of keeping them individual. We've made them graphically prettier than they were in the last meeting. They're not, I wouldn't say complete yet, but they're getting a lot closer. We're trying to make it kind of like a front and back document that is easy reference for occupational reference for HAB exposure. So that's a big thing. We're having our next meeting actually this Thursday, not next week, this Thursday. And we're going to continue some of the same ideas. We're having Layla Abdullah come present for the HAB Health Working Group, just to give them an idea of some of the research that's occurring with red tide toxins in Florida. And then we'll continue our discussions on the healthcare provider training and get the group's input on kind of narrowing down more what we should do. We'll show the group our somewhat finished product of the occupational health guidance documents and get their input on that too. And hopefully after this meeting that can be kind of finalized and push it out. So that's about it for now.
Are we allowed to just like tune in and listen? I'm pretty interested in. As a comms group, I just want to hear. I would love to hear the classes research.
Public meetings.
Yeah. I don't know if there's special rules for task force. What we can do is at least thinking about some of the red tide presentations, see if we could have them at a future task force meeting as well. Because I think it would be great to have Layla come in and present. She has a new project starting. And so it would be great to hear more about it.
Oh, one more thing that I was gonna say is that occasionally we'll have guests come on to present that are a part of the working group. And then we're also trying to include two epidemiologists, really Stockdale and Pauline, that are with the Florida Department of Health and the Bureau of Epidemiology to get their input, because Mike Mitchell and I, who chair the group, are HABs focused, but we're more on the environmental side. And they're, of course, on the epidemiology side, so they can give a lot more input on symptoms, prevention, all things like that. So we include them in some conversations from time to time to get their input and make sure that we're going in the right direction.
I was just gonna add, I'm pretty closely linked with John West.
Thank you so much, Emily. With that, we'll go to our HAB Communications Working Group updates. I'm not sure if Rhonda or Jack is planning to present on that. Oh, it looks like they're figuring it out right now. Chuck, you
So yes, I would like well. So anyway, the communications working group has got a pet health video that goes in the series of videos, and the Spanish version should be ready in a couple of weeks, I believe. So that was our big output.
Is that all for red tide or is it all?
Red tide.
It does give some general guidance.
As usual, yeah. You know, if the water looks funny, don't drink it. Don't.
Part of the reason I'm wondering is there a blue-green type pet agent? Because up north, we are also trying to work with veterinarians, just put signs in their offices so that we benefit from what we may have done down here already for the videos.
Yeah, I was.
Just brochures.
Yeah, I was going to say that not a video, but we have a generation specifically focused on disseminating HABs information to them. So she's redoing a bunch of documents, information that they should know. And the main goal is to just get the idea in their head to think about that when it comes to that.
So somebody contact her to try to see what it is.
No, that's Sherry Casper, and they did create case definitions for the pets related to private toxins and systems. So there is.
How would you find her?
Yeah, Sherry, I can give you her name.
And she's been the reviewer and consultant. So our messages pair with how the veterinary training in the state, like these definitions for pets.
Do we have an ETA on that? I know the video was working through with various processes.
Yeah, so the English versioning has gone through the final round of checkmate, so then they go to Spanish versioning and we release them together. So that's usually Spanish takes about 6 weeks post English. Just to sync, when you speak Spanish, it doesn't quite sync the same way to the imagery.
And we have a pretty tight timeline with the videos just because we have contacts. And so we can't have those go too far beyond the expected timelines. So hopefully when we next meet as a group, those should be available. So in a related overview, I wanted to invite Megan to give just sort of an overview of our response tabletop exercises, which is something that we've been working through for a while now. We've done several of them. They've all been a little bit different, and we're kind of in the process of figuring out what the next one looks like. And so I'll turn it over to Megan.
Yeah, so you've seen this before, and I'm just kind of recycling slides from past. But it's timely for a few things when Liz is going to talk about the workshop that we'll host on the red tide mitigation initiative after our break. And part of that discussion had to do with response. So just reiterating what we've been doing in terms of multi-agency planning committee for developing response guidance and what tools and resources exist, and also where the HAB task force in terms of its next its role in response. So I just wanted, so it's just a little bit of a review and refresher of that. You can see clearly this is the task force statute, and right, I gotta see which subsection D. I think subsection C. Subsection C. Develop recommendations to implement by state and local governments to develop response plans to predict, mitigate, or control effects of blooms, and then making the recommendations to FWI as part. So we formed an interagency planning committee, which involves FWC. These are the and FDACS, DOH, and DEP is on there as well, because even though they focus on freshwater, as we heard from Dave today, there are resources and elements related to response efforts and cleanup that come from that agency. And these are the general sort of responsibilities of these agencies going forward.
I know. Why is it so little?
We have too much responsibility.
I don't know your structure here, but is there a division of emergency management?
Yeah, so, and I'll go through that a bit and how we've designed the response tabletops, but the leading of it is the Department of Health. And well, in here we're talking about their HAB responsibility in terms of health and domestic animals. It is their Department of Emergency Response that has guided and has developed the tabletop exercises and is leading them and guiding us through the development of the guidance document that will result. So they're the same group that deals with hurricanes, that deals with this other kind of events. So we're trying to create a framework and the resources and tools that will work compared to those kind of efforts. So these are your long-term, again, we're talking about response a bit later today, and we have been the current event, just refreshing what your long-term focal areas are and your information zone. This is your specific recommendation in the consensus documents related to response that initiated the multi-agency planning committee, and the different elements that sub-elements to creating effective response and resources for that. So this is pretty small to read. I don't know why half of the slide is gone. I don't know what was at the top of it. But the event, routine and event-driven monitoring, communications during emergencies, and that's within the monitoring and research response, as well as human health and risk response, public communications, the triggers for issuing warnings, determining what, when you're making those communications, what are the thresholds that you're going through those. A lot of this you've seen progress towards over the last few years. And then best practices that define roles and responsibilities and the resources needed to do that. So we, part of it wasn't just developing these exercises, but reviewing our existing assets and how we could improve on them and build on them. So we established the agency group. We did first a state level exercise with all the agencies to find out how the agencies were responding to those different elements, mapped that, and then we moved on through regional, county, and involving local governments as well, starting with most commonly impacted regions. So we really focused in that West Central zone, and we have now done some Southwest counties, and then the event started, and we took a pause because we didn't want to confuse responding to the existing event with mapping existing knowledge and resources with them, because people can skew the information you're receiving. So we still have to hit the Big Bend and Panhandle region. And we are discussing in terms of the Keys and up the Atlantic coast, a different framework for that. They have requested specifically from DOH, the county health department, some training. So we're trying to see how we might be able to pair information sessions as well as workshops. And I'm not saying too much about the exercises because what makes tabletop good is not knowing content. So when we designed it, we just took something out of the HAB Health Response Guide, and it's a long title. I should know, but the Florida Health Response Resource Guide for Response.
Yeah,
Anyways,
sure.
so in some order of that, is something we developed in 2009, and our first feedback as a task force said needed to update it, so it was updated in 2020. This time we've done it as a digital document, so we can actively update sections as we go. It's a great resource for a lot of different reasons, but it has the core foundational tools for local and county regions to develop their own localized response plans. So we're building a lot off that, and this was conceptual framework of all those elements that might be involved with response. So it's not as simple as if there's an event, you got to clean up some fish and communicate to the people. There's obviously this incredible layers of different people involved in different events. So designing tabletops had considered all these elements. Again, like I said, working with response, and then looking at our existing assets and not just building on those, but testing if how we had mapped things previously were accurate. So we do have in that resource guide flow charts of how we respond to events at the state level, the different contexts and responsibilities, agencies of people, and the tabletop maps and tests these, but then they build from it to say, if I'm a county and local, where does that intersection happen, so that the flow doesn't have an interruption when you're looking at those local levels. It's a coordinated, cooperative response. So in general, the tabletops, like I said, by region, they go through, they present an information. You have questions and answers with how the counties or local agencies might respond to the information presented, and then we repeat it with different information. And that's the general structure of it. And we try to verify how they're communicating their knowledge of the resources that are out there. If they have additional tools, and how we can improve and how we can streamline those across sections. When we present the info, it builds through scenarios. So it does start pre-event, post-event, to end of event. That's the most I can do. That's it. And then we do, and then after that, we do talk about all the different structures of it. And like I said, the emergency responses team has been leading to this, so it's really paired with the kind of working with. So we want to have an ICS like, and I say like loosely because it's not a specific incident command where you have a tiered phone structure, but to make sure that you have the concept of tools, and that if you were new to a position coming into the local county government, you could open this resource and say, I know what to do in this, even though I've never experienced it. So we're trying to build that, and that's basically how we're doing it. Going through these exercises, having these hot washes, and then doing it regionally, making sure that, particularly those that are more familiar and less familiar, have the same resources and testing our products, but also we've been moving beyond. So one of the things you see in this mapping, we have some standardized responses to what it looks like if there's an aerosol event or a red tide event, but we also are doing this mapping for emergent events. So in the guide right now, historically, there's a cockroach closing event. And we're working currently on recent scallop closures last year. And we did add in this new iteration a theoretical co-occurring event response. So these are pieces, so it's all meant to help inform and build on that. That's it. So mostly a refresher for response discussions as we move forward today.
And just to add on to that, Megan mentioned that some of the areas like the Keys and the Big Bend were still like yet to come. And you could imagine if we're trying to have a red tide response planning kind of at the same time that we're going through a PSP event or a spinning fish event. And so trying to think about what the core questions are at that time, people are not going to be wanting to respond to red tide issues if they're already dealing with some other emergent kind of thing. At the same time, having this the structure in place, it definitely lends itself to working through some of these other events. And now, as I'm responding to something new that's happening in my head, I'm like, this is, kind of like these scenarios that unfold that we make up, but it's really happening. And so it's nice to be able to have this framework in place. And each county really is a bit different in terms of how they respond to these events. And so having it broken up in terms of the counties, but also in terms of the sort of level of threat, I think has been really invaluable.
So I definitely don't want to preempt what Liz is going to say, but at the workshop that she'll talk about, there's been a dramatic, I think, in my experience, movement towards eventual towards control of some of these outbreaks. And I know a lot of the deliberations had a whole element of how do you decide whether you treat or not, and who treats, and how do you monitor, and so forth. So I think in the not too distant future, that's going to be happening. It's already happening at smaller scales, but it's just looking at the products that have gotten approval, the companies that have got stockpiled materials, already talking to counties and so forth about trying to get on the books as a contractor. I think that this program needs to add that element.
And that's one of the reasons I wanted to refresh a bit of the statutory requirements of the task force, because part of your response falls in there, and part of your role is to make recommendations to have February about that. So, some discussion about where that crossover can happen and what that function can be. So that was one of the reasons for preempting, get your wheels turning, so forth.
And that, do we have any other questions about people talks? That's probably a good segue to introduce Liz.
No.
No.
Right.
Like,
But I will share some update on the nutrient estimates. So Lisa Grimsky couldn't join us today, but if you recall, through the grant program, the Harm Volume Grant Program tied with the task force, this year funding a State of the Science Symposium on nutrients to help give some guidance and information on what priorities might be in the next grants call and collect some information. So she has just provided some slides on an update of that, where we are with it. Registration is now open. This again is by invitation, and that's to make sure that there's good balance of the expertise in the room. So it's a 20 versus 20. The agenda, you're closer to the mic. Okay,
So we have basically we all use the collectively for this, but there are 3 separate sessions. The first is nutrient dynamics across bloom stages. And so we'll have a historical synthesis presentation and a contemporary synthesis presentation. And those are meant to capture work that's been going on for decades up to the present. And so I'll be involved in that. Cindy Howlett Boat will be involved with that. And then we've also asked Angie Knapp to help. And she's presented to the task force and has been very involved with a lot of the nutrient work on the West Border Shelf. We also have several lightning talks, and these are a part of each session. So we have this balance between longer talks and shorter talks. And so some of the lightning talks are people that are working in this sort of nutrient space. So we have Pat Clifford, Emily Hall, Chris Smith, and Salvo Cabrera. And so we'll get a good overview again of some of the work that's ongoing. And then we'll have space for group discussion. Next slide. The second session, we'll just wrap up. We'll identify some research priorities from the first session. And then for session 2, we have tracking nutrients through systems. So we have a few different candidates for that synthesis presentation. But the idea is that tracking nutrients is inherently complicated. And so we want to make sure that we spend some time thinking about that. We have a few lightning speakers identified, Marcus Peck and Lou, Dave Tabasco. So they'll all be presenting on some of the work that they've done in this space. And then again, we'll follow it up with group discussion and then identifying the key research priorities from that. And then on Wednesday, we'll have a group discussion. So we'll kind of review some of the insights and efforts from sessions 1 and 2. We'll think about where there may be gaps, needs, and we'll do some ranking of those research priorities. And then we'll move into the final session, which is focused on management and response. In terms of the synthesis presentations, we have JP Brooker and Dave Whiting recognized. And then we have a few lightning talks, and these include some of our partners that are working in this space, either at the county level or at the state level, and there will be some specific projects that will be presented there. And then again, group discussion, and then steps. And that's it. Okay. And then the steering committee and the technical advisory committee are generally meeting together as we go forward. And I think that there have been a lot of really good discussions, and the input has really helped shape the agenda and the overall sort of flow, and some of those points where we sort of stop, reflect, and think about what really needs to happen. And when we think about some of the products that will come from this, we wanted to make sure that those recommendations were really integrated in, so that we had a chance to make sure that one of the results were things that would kind of come back to the task force and help guide the grant program. So any questions on State of the Science that I did anything else?
No, there was someone had asked about RSVPs. Like I said, it was an invitation to make sure we had the right size numbers to have quality discussion and expertise in the room. And we are seeing, we've had 2/3 maybe register already. So we're seeing that, and we checked, like we have little checks and columns of expertise, and it's balanced. So I think we'll be following up with them as we go closer to the time. See if we need any resources and support.
So just a reminder to register if you have not registered. The task force is later. And I know I need to
Invitations? I did not. I have never gotten invitations to any of the State of the Science. Not one.
On the list.
No, I don't comments.
maybe there's
Your
an
emails.
email issue.
Email.
Right now, I'll let.
And the total is about 60 people you're aiming for in the room? 75?
75. There's
Yeah.
people that are helping coordinate as well. So think that total number ends up being around 75.
And then two things, I was surprised about the $135 registration. I get it to pay for the food. But what if someone said, who's on the list, says, I'd love to be there, but I can't afford it?
If people let us know that they're having issues with payment, then we're trying to accommodate that.
And then the other thing I was just gonna say, I was looking at my American Express and I was like, it's a funky, who it's charged to is I can't remember.
Right.
No, it's not Eventbrite.
No.
It's somebody else. And if it hadn't have showed up at $135, I wouldn't have figured out what this was. I was almost ready to click dispute this charge, and it's like, $135. So just be aware, and I can go back and look on my Amex if it's helpful, because people might go weird. I said weird.
It's
Does anyone else?
So hopefully it's not too weird.
Has anyone else registered and paid yet?
Have state credit card out.
Oh, yeah.
I have to get it.
Rhonda will make sure to
Yeah.
check the email.
Oh, I see you on the list, Dawn. So you must have.
I
And
did.
you too, Barb.
I did
Yeah.
register, I know.
Yeah.
I just don't
And
remember.
Michelle.
And then just the other thing I had inquired about, somebody asked me, that there is an experienced facilitator who's going to.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. And the same facilitator that you would have seen at the Blue Creek. So
And she's working to secure another facilitator to assist. So I think.
yeah, there was. Yes, right. From our director of the Center for Conservation Social Science, who will help crunch some of the data after.
They know each other, so that
Yeah.
helps.
So we work closely with, she did the video assessments. And things for the app, so, yeah.
Okay. So we're excited about that, and we'll probably have if we do, we will get another update as we get even closer. But I know planning is ongoing. They're very organized, already making slides for the different sessions, things like that. So
We will. Our next meeting is June 10th.
Is that an in-person or?
That's a half day break.
so it'll be right after this.
Unless otherwise deemed necessary, only all day in person.
Okay, and then we don't have any definitive updates on the timing of the South Florida assessment that's been ongoing with the interagency working group for NOAA. So that's just something that we are continuing to request updates on, and as soon as that is issued, the general plan would still be to try to convene both the Blue Green Task Force and the HAB Task Force with NOAA leadership presenting, but we don't have a date on that. So just wanted to mention it's still something that we are discussing. And then I think that we might take a quick early break, and then we'll come back and start with Liz's presentation if that works. So let's go ahead. It's 10:05. Why don't we come back at 10:20, and then we will start up with Liz. So Jess, let's go ahead and go live, please.
Oh.
All right, thanks everyone. Welcome back. So we are going to welcome Liz Longstreet to present. She will be presenting on behalf of the Florida Red Tide Mitigation and Technology Development Initiative, which is in its 6th year. We recently had a workshop and a pre-workshop meeting, and so she'll go over the agenda from that, some of the outcomes, and I think that as the task force is able to listen, interact with Liz, some of the questions that we can consider is where we can provide feedback and how we might want to do that. And so I just wanted to kind of start with that and kind of plant that seed to say that Megan reviewed some of the statutory language that did mention mitigation and treatment. And we may discuss again how we would want to provide feedback, but if that might be something that we would consider providing sort of a scientific and research level of guidance or recommendations similar to how we have in these other consensus documents that we put out as a task force. So just kind of planting that seed now, but we will have discussion. And is there anything else that you want to say? We're just really grateful to have Liz present here. Kevin Claridge is also online for Remote Marine Laboratory, and but today we're welcoming Liz. And so Liz, go ahead and take it away. Thanks so much for coming.
Yeah, happy to be here, and I work closely with Kevin Claridge, as he said. I the Red Tide Initiative facility at our MAP campus in Sarasota, Florida. So as Kate previously mentioned, I'm going to talk about some of the workshop highlights. We had a 2-day workshop, and this presentation will be putting 2 days of workshop into 15 minutes. So it's our 3rd annual workshop. We hosted it on January 30 and 31st. It was usually booked for September, but it happened to be the same day that Hurricane Helene hit Florida. So if we have these workshops in the future, I plan on scheduling them in January and not. So we had about 100 attendees this year, which is great because last year we had about 70, so we're gaining more interest every year. So a mix of scientists, all of our funded partners, local government officials, consultants, emergency response companies, and state agencies. So FWC, the APX, so on. Next slide, please. The 2-day workshop, day 1, we'd like to invite all of our project PIs to present on their funded research. We usually break this down into the process that we base the initiative on. So projects that are in tier 1 stage do laboratory beaker-sized experiments, tier 2 music hazardous experiments at our facility where they can look at water quality and organism impacts. And then there's the tier 3, which was kind of a bigger section this year. We have more and more projects that are entering the tier 3 stage and are either in the process of applying for permits or have already received those permits. And right now we have a couple projects that have received all the permits to do field testing. We just completed our first major field testing a couple weeks ago, so I'm going to touch on that a little later. But the second part of day 1, we had a deployment panel with a bunch of emergency response organizations that typically work on oil spills and natural disasters, hurricanes. So they have the equipment and expertise to be able to respond to emergency events like red tide. So that's why we've been partnering with them, trying to have those discussions on what kind of equipment they can provide or how we're going to deploy red tide algicides or technologies in the field. And it was nice to have that panel discussion and they were able to talk about the equipment, the drones, boats, barges that they may have to be able to do that. Next slide, please. On day 2, we'll start off bright and early with permitting and regulations. It's a really, really constructive morning, and I think we get a lot out of it, but the diagram in blue there is kind of what we put together as the process for applying for the permits and regulations that apply for red tide mitigation field test, which starts with EPA and FINFRA and FFPCA. So we had a consultant from Huntington there to talk about those regulations and what kind of permits are necessary for field testing. We also had Rashid from FDAX to talk about state registration. We had a couple of DEP representatives to talk about the DRP permits, NIPTs, and the generic permit, and then the HAB generic permit that's in progress. And we also had a representative from USAID to talk about permits for navigable waters. Slide, please. The end of day 2, we had a lot of local government officials attend. We've done this panel in the previous year, and each year we try to bring in more and more local government officials. This year we had 5 spanning from Pinellas to Lee County, and they all had a chance to chime in and answer some of the questions you see there. So some of the topics were whether or not, if there's a bloom in your area with that local county or city, be willing to offer sites for red tide mitigation testing for the tier 3 trials. What about funding? Where does funding come from? Does the city or county have funding that they would put towards red tide mitigation? And then one of the common themes that really came out of this panel that I believe came from this viewpoint that the state should take on the process in the future, that there should be coordination from the state to fund and to manage red tide mitigation, which is a great concept, but we're nowhere close to figuring that out. But we did bring on some emergency response people from the state of Florida. I don't actually know his title, but Ken Morris, if anyone's familiar with that name, he was there to help us kind of work through that a little bit. And that's on Wednesday before the workshop. We also had a meeting with a small group of individuals from Mill, FWC, DEP, and local government. Brandon Moody and Nikesh Patel from City of Sarasota joined. And we had 3 objectives for this meeting. The first one being determine pre-field requirements for projects by agency. And this really focused on that diagram of all the permitting and regulations from a couple slides ago. Just making sure that we're aware of everything that PIs need to be aware of for all those permits and regulations, and making sure that we're getting the information out to our funded partners that this is everything that you would need to do in the process to do it by. The second objective was to determine the minimum testing requirements for projects connected to field trials. And in the past, we've come up with a list of your water quality, nutrients, cell counts, toxins, as like a bare minimum for doing field trials. But we wanted this group to really talk about what are we missing, what should be done, pre-post monitoring. So I'll talk about that. The last objective was to create a standardized report that would be submitted to agencies after completion of field tests. And this, right now, MOAT has an internal report that's necessary at the end of each project, but we wanted to create one that would be distributed to cities, the counties, FMC, so that everyone's aware of really what's going on. Field trials are, everyone should be involved with, and we just want to be communicative with all the agencies. So we wanted to create the standardized report so those agencies could come back and give recommendations. Oh yeah, that's fine. So this is the list of field testing parameters that we came up with from the pre-meeting. And everything in that bulleted list is recommendations from the group. Ecosystem surveys, just making sure that we're aware of what's in the canal or the marina or the bay that we're testing and doing those tier 3 trials. Pre and post monitoring is standard, but there was a recommendation of this long-term versus cumulative assessment of applications. So we might go out and apply an algicide or technology one time, but then with tides and patchy blooms, it might be necessary to apply multiple times over a day. So looking at the cumulative assessment of those applications is necessary. Some additional species were recommended. So looking at bird impacts, seagrass, coral, mangroves, which none of those have been tested and user causing experiments. So that's something that we're also thinking about, taking time to go back to that tier 2 testing and maybe do some of these in the lab as well. But making sure we're focusing on if we're testing and sure that we're doing all right. Recommendation was to look at bacterial. Already looking at the phytoplankton, but to look at bacterial as well, and that profile of all these water quality parameters and nutrients. And then this last recommendation was that maybe tier 3 is a multi-step process, and maybe we start off in really small canals, small areas that are not impacted by many organisms and have minimum risks, so like areas that don't have seagrass and mangroves, so that we can really like focus on the bloom and not have to worry about risks to other organisms. And if that's successful, maybe like do a stepwise process, bring more and more ecosystem components. Next slide, please. So this was the last objective, creating that standardized report. We just wanted to talk with the group. These reports could be maybe 50 to 100 pages long, so we wanted to understand what the agencies might want to see in this report. But it seems like everyone wants to see all the data, but then maybe have like section summaries, because it could be tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 reports that, like I said, a lot of information, a lot of data, a lot of graphs. So it could be really long, but that final point on the slide is just one of the questions that came up at the workshops previously, is what do we aim for success? How do we determine if a product or technology is successful? And we've thrown out numbers in the past, 50% reduction in cells, 100% reduction in cells and toxins. But really, I think what the group wants to see is that coming out of this report, that project mentioned that this material, this product, this technology works in this specified condition, rather than, we know that it's always going to take out 100% of the cells. It's not possible. This bloom dynamics and tides, it's always going to be some that tide doesn't. So having that section in this report would help managers in the future decide, they want to use this product rather than this technology. Like I mentioned, we just had our first major field trial a couple weeks ago. We've done some minor canal testing with no bloom present in the past, but this one, Kate and Megan talked about this morning. There's current bloom out there, and we were tracking it and heard that Sanibel was getting some pretty bad bloom numbers. So we had a team go out and scout down by Sanibel and take first samples and try to find areas that we could apply extreme and clear. They're two naturally derived plant aldehydes. Extreme is by Heartland Energy and clear was developed by Note. So they both have approvals from EPA, DEP, City of Sarasota, but they also have statewide approval to apply anywhere in state waters. So that's why we were able to go down to Sanibel, or as it turned out, we actually had to apply in Venice. Because by the time we had figured out all the logistics of Sanibel, but we had moved north to Venice. So it was very hard to figure out all those logistics. Had about 15 people trying to coordinate between sampling, and we were working with ACT, which is one of those emergency response companies. So we had to figure out the boats and getting the outside on the boat and how to apply it, and making sure that the penny was present in the canal. So we identified 2 different canals that had between 4 and 18 million cows per year. These were about 1 acre canals with average depth of 5 feet. We applied on an incoming tide to retain most of the outside within the canal. And some preliminary data we received from the sampling is that we're looking at about 70 to 80% reduction in Korea in the canal after about an hour after deployment. So there's a lot of lesson learned. We're hoping to get better with each deployment and get more contacts with the city and state officials, and make sure we're informing all the right people before we do a field trial like this. But I think it was a good first try. Next steps for the initiative, we hope to do a couple more of these field trials, engage with the community. We now have contacts in Sanibel and Venice, and we'll keep adding to that list. We're also open to recommendations for field testing. Those parameters and logistics, I think, be nice to hear from this group. What else are we missing? What else should we be doing for these tier 3 field trials? And then, as I mentioned, the logistics part is kind of difficult, and by the time we got the samples analyzed, the boom had moved, so it'd be nice to have contacts in different areas that may give us some more real-time data. And our current contract ends in June. We've been doing this for 6 years, and we're hoping to get the new contracts starting fiscal year 2025-2026. But that'll be focused more on tiers 2 and 3, so not as much on the deeper size experiments, but things that have already been vetted over the past year. If anyone hasn't seen it, we did release our accomplishments and priorities report in January. That's posted on our website. If you wanted to read through that, it has updates on all of our projects, what we've been doing over the last 6 years.
So we can go around and see if there's any questions.
You had mentioned pre and post monitoring. I'm assuming for everything environment, the nutrients and different. Is that what you're talking about? Pre monitoring as well? And then in the field trials, did you already have that pre monitoring for these canals that you're forming?
For the recent trial,
Yeah.
like I said, it was really hard to get the logistics going, and we had to go. I think it was like 8 o'clock Thursday, and it was like 10 o'clock. So we didn't do all of that testing that we said better to make sure that we're doing all this first time. We did do a pre and post.
Clay's hand was up, but just kind of in response to that, Rhonda, I had I'm not sure if everyone can see, but this is a really comprehensive list of parameters, and there's even a few things I think could still be added. But I had that same question as to when this list would be incorporated into some of the field trials, and So I don't know if we have an answer for that, but
I would say that we're working on it, but I don't have a deadline, but I would hope that before the next time we do a major field trial like this, we would have that in place.
and then kind of along those lines, but one of the things that was sort of discussed was the support, like what industry needs to kind of develop along with this program to support it. And it seems like with a list like this, trying to think about whether there's a space for environmental consultants to potentially get involved because it is such a complex list. I know for our BCM HAB project that we've started baseline monitoring at the sites that we have recognized as being potential sites for testing. So we have some of that baseline monitoring, but it's not this comprehensive. So, so just kind of, you know, it's a lot of things to keep track of, and so it may be something that is better supported through additional partnerships. I don't know, Liz, if you have other feedback or guidance on that.
I think the environmental consultant is a great idea. I don't think that's been considered in the past. We have a bunch of different departments at the moment that can do all these different testing, but it's hard to coordinate staff from each department, the meeting analysis, to provide content analysis, and so on. So having any recommendations on environmental consultants, I think that's possible that we can fund something like that under the initiative, and I don't see why we wouldn't do that.
And Quay, your hand went up, and then Don. Quay?
So my question was, well, there were two questions. Was there a difference between the two compounds? I don't know what these are. And did you do more than one sample so you have some idea how long it lasted, if it was more than a short period of time?
Yeah, so Extreme and Clear, they are two different products. Extreme was developed by Heartland Energy for other water industries, and I know there's soap bark, but I can't remember the other ingredients in that formula. And then Clear is produced by, was discovered by Moat, and there's some proprietary stuff behind that, so I can't name what's in that formula, but it's a naturally derived plant algicide. And we tested after 1 hour treatment, 2 or 4 hours. I left before the last sampling time, so I don't remember how late they went into the day. But Extreme dissipates within a couple hours. They know that from previous lab testing.
Okay, did you have another question?
No, that covered what I had.
Okay. Don?
Yeah, several questions, but first a comment to amplify what Liz said to Quaid. As I understood it, then these two formulations they're called minimum risk pesticides, and that PA says you don't need all these approvals for it. There's quite a list. So they have chosen, each company has chosen 2 or 3 or one of them that is the basis of that. And my understanding was that they were applied at a rate of roughly, I think, 50 gallons of the Extreme and 250 gallons the other, over an acre. And so my point is, on your report, I think it's important to have those specifics, and I saw nothing about cost. I think if agencies are going to have to evaluate this, if that 50 gallons cost, $50 a gallon, how much would it be to treat something more than just an acre? And I think that's an important factor. But another just general comment, maybe it's for discussion. I think it's wonderful to have all of these parameters listed, but that's okay as long as the initiative is there to pick up the cost of that. I don't think when a county or the state or somebody says we're going to do a treatment, are they going to be able to pay for a tremendous amount of data to be collected. I'm not sure what the answer is. I think it's a good idea, but I think it's going to be potentially prohibitive in terms of the
Like
cost.
you mentioned, I never thought about it in that way. I think these parameters are because tier 3 is still testing stage, just to make sure we're not impacting our local waters and it's really only targeting hernia. So that's for the scientist viewpoint, but I never imagined it for later on down the road. Once this product or technology is vetted, do we still need to do that monitoring and testing in the future for large scale deployments that are not monitored by MOVE?
That could be something that your working group or whatever that other group could look at when the initiative is not there yet. Because imagine you're a company, you make an arrangement with whatever one of the counties to do this. Is part of your effort, you have to pay for all the monitoring. That may be problematic. They won't have the expertise. So I guess what I'm getting at is costs. You need to have a lot of emphasis on costs at this stage. It's great progress. Be nice to know how it scales.
And just to kind of add on to that one question I had, again, I think it's great to see all of these different parameters as well, but has there been a parallel in terms of testing with the mesocosm studies? And is that something going forward where this checklist can be used for both mesocosms and field?
Yes, I agree. We never finalized a standardized list for our mesocosm, but it was generalized in terms of nutrients and water quality. Species impacts, we have a variety of species that have been tested in the lab, but there are some of those components in that list that are specifically for field that we'll never be able to test on a bird in the lab. But yeah, we could definitely use the majority of that list to standardize the protocols for mesocosms as well.
I think Dave, and then maybe back to Clay.
I touched on it at the very end of what he was saying, but I don't even think, so much a matter of cost is that parameter list has a large swath of expertise that if the different vendors are trying to assemble as one-offs for each one of them, that's going to be nearly impossible. And then that's cost, but I think just, I don't disagree with anything on that list at all would be great. But if you did them where the vendor doing the demonstrations had to come up with that, you're going to have holes. Then there's not equal demonstrations across to them, and you'd have different levels of confidence in different vendors that were providing the different services or that monitoring.
And Kevin, sorry,
Yeah,
Kevin.
I have Kevin's.
Go ahead.
And also as a participant in the pre-workshop meeting. So the list was generated for discussion points. What are all the things you might want to see when we're in this field testing? It wasn't necessarily meant to be implemented as an list. Some of those, for example, like birds are on there, wouldn't be taking bird samples, but you might be accessing resources like Wild Alert to see if there are reports in those regions from rehab birds or other data sets from the regular monitoring that's happening. So the intent of the list was, what are all the possible things you might want to look at to check impacts on the environment, and then develop the standard operating procedures for what's, prioritizing it, and then how you could accomplish that. And at the field testing stage before the commercialization stage. So that's part of the discussion.
I just saw Kevin's comment as well, but it's going to also depend on the product or technology play and have a lot more impact on bottom and shellfish and seagrass than extremes, because extremes disciplines. So it's like it's gone in a couple hours. So there's going to be different parameters necessary for each product.
And that was, Liz touched on it, but just to reiterate, that big part of what the discussion was making sure when you're looking at each product, under what conditions, under what application would you use it? And because of that, that's part of the monitoring that's trying to because it's not just everything works on everything all the time under all conditions. So the monitoring. Kevin keeps writing. It will depend on the product and technology being used as well. For use in protected area. Oh, right. That was part of the conversation too.
I think you can unmute yourself.
Yeah. Used in areas. So it might not always be in these private canals. Might be
Go ahead, Kevin.
areas. Kevin.
Sorry, I think I was trying to raise my hand, but I don't think it was going up, and I didn't want to interrupt the formal meeting. But yeah, thanks for the opportunity to join. Obviously, there was an all-encompassing list of just chance, as Liz mentioned in the pre-meeting, to get all ideas down, to think about it from other perspectives beyond just water quality, a quick sample, cell counts and toxins, but what in the long haul would everyone want to see? You know, if you're moving out of a canal or an embankment or an embayment area, or if you're moving into an aquatic preserve, that list may vary. That was all I was trying to relay.
Thanks, Kevin. Does Clay,
So-
you still have it? Go ahead.
Okay. So it seems to me that going back to the economics of it, the initial testing in the field, you wouldn't want to do a long list of things. You want to find out if it works first. So what's the minimum amount of stuff you need to do to see if it works on the target organism? And then from there go to if that's successful, and I can imagine that there are different definitions of success, then to do that longer list. But that makes the first testing very expensive to have that many things available. But Kevin's comments sort of suggest that might be the way they're going to do it anyway, is to, decide at first to do a small number, then a lot, then stop doing the large number.
At a minimum, the testing to determine, well, I would say is what we did a couple weeks ago, is just looking at the toxins and cell counts and doing some minor water quality with YSI. And those are your basic, making sure it's not changing pH and salinity and temperature. But if it's reducing the cells and toxins, like I said, the preliminary data that we got from that is that it was reducing the Cornea cells about 70 to 80%. And that was a really quick logistical, something that we didn't get too expensive with. But I don't know what the final costs came out to be for that field trial.
I think just to add a layer onto that, thinking about the efficacy of the treatment, being able to know what's going on with the movement of the cells is really, really important. And I think that we've had such a dynamic bloom, and even at the time that you were trying to find a field site, things were changing so rapidly. And so making sure that there are control sites utilized during these tests, but also trying to bring in the physical dynamics, because if you had 70 to 80% success, is that, what part of that might be related to cells that are being actively treated versus cells that are being moved around by currents. And so I think that, going forward, there are some really important steps to make sure, even recognizing that each treatment or formulation might be a little different in terms of what it actually does. Those control sites, and even knowing how far away a control site has to be, those are really good questions that then necessarily bring in the physics. And I see Kevin raising a hand. Go ahead, Kevin.
You're spot on, Kate. When we were chasing this bloom from Sanibel north, we wanted to go offshore. We were looking at that, but to even look at some of that testing with the water moving so quickly, what are the parameters you would even put in for a monitoring? We're drawing out a box and GPS points. If you're not in a contained setting, what does that monitoring criteria look like, and how quickly can you sample after you put something out when you have such a current. So those are things that will be challenging going forward.
Okay.
Yeah, great.
Kevin and I have talked about this, and looking back, AECOM did a field test in the Indian River Lagoon. Having been in this testing world with a company many years ago, the challenge I'm having with this is even if we had a portfolio of really good, effective, and safe products, how do you sustain that component of industry when you're only deploying, at certain times in certain places with certain products? And so this private-public partnership is going to require a paradigm shift in how industry, unless they're really big companies and they can afford to have a small enterprise in a very large delivery system. Most of the companies that call me, and I know Kevin's working with it, Moat, are not really large corporate entities that can have a 10% of their portfolio, looking at red tide response. So and Don said it, it's cost benefit, but how do you sustain cost benefit in the profitability scheme to keep these companies operational, even when they have an incredibly good product and an application? And so this whole supply chain kind of issue, when you start adding all the roadblocks, Kevin, I'm glad I don't have your job. There's a lot to overcome after the front end is all addressed. And I just don't know how we get to that scale and sustainability on the industry side.
Yeah, you're spot on, Dwayne, and thanks for raising that. Yeah, especially with a product like Clear, brand new, is there really isn't a supply chain now, and we're just figuring out of how do you get the manufacturers in line to produce enough and store it somewhere. Extreme has a larger amount, well, largely would have to ship a lot from its agricultural and other spraying activities in the Kansas City area. The only other one right behind this, and the audio is a little bit choppy, Liz. I don't know if you mentioned Blue Green Water Technologies is probably the next product looking to move out for testing, awaiting an exemption, a likely exemption. I shouldn't be presumptuous from DEP for issuance, but they've got tons of material. I know Dave, you probably work with them on the freshwater side of treating, and Ed and that gang for blue green water. Blue green algae, but they're looking to stage 10 tons at Moat to be able to be responsive, but there's very few that have that amount of product that to be able to go and sit on it, as you're saying, Dwayne, until the next cycle of red tide.
And then having the boats and the personnel ready to react quickly.
And then Barb.
So Liz, you mentioned the generic permits, and I just wanted to let people know that the generic permit language in 62.621 has been updated, revised to include the HAB pilot scale treatment. So that's been something we've been working towards for some time now, but the language was updated to include that now. So it's ready.
I think Lauren Gottfried came to the workshop and talked about all the progress that's been made on the HAB generic permit. So she gave some information on that. And if I didn't mention, the entire workshop is recorded, and I can send out that recording to anyone that wasn't there and wants to see any of the presentations from the workshop.
Yeah, I shared the Google. Knowing you were coming, you said.
Sorry, I like to overshare just to make sure that the task force knows everything that's going on. Another technology, it's awaiting a couple more weeks. Dave's comment reminded me of the Ozonix under Prescott Water Technologies. Again, sorry if you mentioned it, Liz. They should have their in PDS. They had a 30-day public waiting period. I think it's about March 10 or so forth. So if there's another bloom in the area, you would likely see that technology. That's the cavitation and option of ozonation, but probably cavitation of a canal and marine setting most likely. But for future NPDS, definitely the changes in the administrative code will be helpful.
And then sorry, Barb, sorry.
Hey. So a couple of questions. One is, what's the working definition of long-term consequences? What are we talking about a month, a year? Do we have a working definition of long-term?
That's me. You know where I would go, Barb, with that probably is I'd look at, secondary and cumulative impacts as part of environmental resource permitting to kind of think of moving in the operational phase of permits. So we probably have to work that out of, do you want to, maybe like beach nourishment stuff or whatever, how far is that time window after treatment? And then if you're a year, 3 years, 5 years, you could track some of these, but that's why we present to you guys. So you could kick it back around.
Yeah, and then, so were both these algicides, I don't know enough about them, were they just topical or were they mixed in the water column? How was the application?
Do you want to take that, Liz? Yeah, we've got a subsurface sprayer. We contracted with ACT, which is a company, as Liz mentioned, does largely oil spill and hazardous waste and cleanup. But bringing that bar into the water column, obviously prevents a lot of lost product or overspray, or especially you're right next to homes and things like that. So you remove that worry or concern, but also a lot of better contact right in the water column. I think this time correct me if I'm wrong, Liz, we surfaced at or sampled at surface and bottom, and I think next time we'll do a full water quality or full water column sample. Yeah, to try to capture some of that.
And then one more question, and I'll shut up maybe. And I assume when you talk about and I read the articles in the Sarasota Herald Tribune, which may or may not be accurate, but said you tested it 30 minutes and 60 minutes. Now you said, I think after an hour, I assume that's just for cells because we don't have real-time toxic detection. But I assume you collected water for toxin, because do we know that the algicide doesn't just lyse the cell and release the toxin into water?
Yes, they took samples. Still, we're analyzing the toxin data. Last I heard, so I think that press release was just cell counts.
It was. Yeah.
There will definitely be data on toxins soon. But to your other question, the bottom picture is the ACT barge that they developed, and that sprayer is, you can see like the foam on the top of the water. It's spraying the liquid outside into the water column. And I think it can go as deep as 5 feet, but they adjusted it for the depth of the canal.
Did you, was there any social, I'm sure probably the answer is not, but because you were working on such a short time frame, but I would be interested on what the homeowners and the people who lived along the canal, what their feedback was, and if there was any kind of surveying done.
Yeah, actually, we had a whole communications team on the ground on either side of the canal. There was a boardwalk. Kevin and I were down there, and Tom's team. We had a lot of public interest. A lot of people come up to us and ask, "What's going on? What are you doing?" And we actually had 100% positive feedback. They were all happy that we were there and testing on hernia, and they were all feeling the effects the day before we were there. They're saying that the toxins were so bad that everyone was coughing, respiratory issues. So we got a lot of positive feedback from the local community, and they were happy to see that we were out there.
One first quick comment. When we got our approval from the Army Corps of Engineers, we had to have a consultation with U.S. Fish and Wildlife, National Marine Fisheries Service, having to do with endangered species, critical fish habitat, and all that. And when they gave us approval, they said, but we want to see some of your first efforts. And I'm wondering if didn't, but maybe because it was too short a time, if you've been able to engage those people, because they're important to all of us. And I think that notifying those folks so they can observe, That's all they want to do. They say, okay, we're approving it, but we really want to see this ourselves. So just one recommendation is to maybe touch with me. I can send you the letters that they sent to us. But if we do a study with Clay, we're going to have to notify them ahead of time. That's just one comment. But another one is that I know there was a panel of the emergency responders saying, and honestly, I was very interested to hear it, but I thought they were a little too optimistic, perhaps, of their ability to do what's needed. I've seen China and Korea, the huge vessels they have dedicated to spraying certain clays or whatever. I think it's this group that meets, or for you to try to get, it's not just, you're not going to be able to retrofit what people are already using for oil spills instantly. I think, again, someone needs to, well ahead of time, figure out, okay, if we've got either a powder or a liquid, how are we going to distribute it over large areas? I don't know how big a frame you can tow behind a vessel and at what speed to release these algicides, but it's probably not very fast. It's not very wide. And so a real logistical study or effort is needed, sort of in parallel to the development of these compounds. And assume one's a powder, one's a whether it's carbon or clay, or another one's algicides. How would we distribute that over a large? Then the final thing is just a comment about those folks with these compounds have labels that are now registered with the EPA. Is there anything keeping them from selling those at like Home Depot or Lowe's, so that a homeowners association or somebody could say, we want to put this in? And is that likely? Is that coming real soon? Haven't you any idea? Once they have the label, nothing's stopping them.
I think you're correct. Yeah, right. You're right, Don. I don't believe there's anything holding back the use of those, other than, groups like this trying to provide guidance. I think those they've all been great partners. They're moving at very measured steps, want to act, responsibly all the way through. So we want to try to provide good direction. Again, that's why we're looking at these lists and, sampling and pre-posts and how long to sample and to try to provide some of that guidance. But that is a great point of, putting things in the hand of the homeowner versus, a state guided, deployment of things at certain cell counts and criteria. And we discussed a lot of that during the workshop. As Liz mentioned, we don't have solid answers, but we're, open ideas and want discussion on it.
Just to make a point stronger, is it Kelly Emmer Levy? That's her name. Yeah, she's the public works from Pinellas, I guess. And when she was asked at the workshop, what do you think about this? She actually said, well, I'm a little leery because we had, I guess it was a homeowners association or someone that hired somebody to put some algicide in I don't know whether it was a pond or something, and it caused a huge fish kill. And then the people wanted the state or the county to.
Happens routinely. It was the same thing I brought up with the two I went to, that I feel like this has to be in the state's hands, or you will have every HOA or anybody that's on a saltwater body where there's red tide and everybody's going to be doing their own thing, literally on top of each other. We have copper TMDLs in Collier County right now because of copper-based herbicides are being applied by HOAs, whether it be legally or not, but definitely consistently at their own accord. And it absolutely will be an issue if this is something that's acceptable by the general public.
The generic permit language stipulates, obviously it has to be applied per the label, and it has to be applied by a licensed pesticide applicator. So, and there are prohibitions against its application in protected waters, and there might be protected species and different types of eligible communities. So, I mean, it all has to still fit the box. Can't just be willy-nilly.
Shouldn't be, but it
It
is.
sounds like
But
it is.
It absolutely is. We have people doing copper-based herbicides monthly with no indication of a HAB, but as a preventative measure. Yeah.
There's no enforcement. Nobody's doing
I
it.
don't know, because nobody knows. We're trying to actively get DACs to change the labeling on some of these copper-based herbicides. Like, yes, cannot use this product if there's not visual evidence of a bloom. But then define a visual evidence of bloom, because so it's in theory it's great to have product labels, but in reality it doesn't work and nobody's enforcing.
I also had the thought of when, I guess it was the pre-workshop, said that it should be an emergency response from the state. I heard that right. I think it's interesting because as long as we've been dealing with red tides in Florida, we don't even have county agreement on when and how to clean up dead fish. They all do it differently. And so, although I think it's a lofty idea, the idea of implementing that, getting all the, I'll just pick the 5 counties, from Pinellas down, to work together on that. I think that would take years of work itself, and Megan has a comment.
I just took the count, and John, correct me if I'm wrong, or Liz, but the county, the panel of the county, what they were talking about, they weren't necessarily saying they want the state to do it, to be the money, to be this. What they wanted specifically was some guidelines coming from the TC's directives, so that they weren't individually as counties. We don't want companies contacting us directly. We want some kind of parameters and guidelines that are across the board for Florida, to give us, the state to give us the guidance on what they are. So that we're not facing those kind of county to county challenges. That's what I heard anyways from those. It was Lee to ask them. There was quite a few. There's 5 counties that. No.
And so kind of taking a little bit of a step back in terms of how feedback is provided to the initiative. We just had this workshop, and there were a lot of different participants at the workshop. And I think now we've had multiple years of successes, challenges come through the initiative. And so as a task force, it may be helpful for us to provide some additional recommendations, just given the state of this science right now. And so some of the common themes that I heard come up related to monitoring, deployment, communication, and perhaps the regulatory framework. Those were some core areas that I think we had multiple comments on as a group. And so I'm not sure going forward, I think that at a minimum, it would be really helpful to provide some additional input on the monitoring piece. I'm not sure how many people have had a chance to look over that very carefully, but there are a few things that I see as gaps there. And I think, again, as a task force, we could provide some additional insight. But I think that it might be helpful to think about whether or not we want to provide some additional feedback and what that might look like. So I don't know if people have thoughts on that and what that might look like, but I wanted to sort of start that discussion. Barb?
My first thought was, I think cost, Don's comment, is crucial on, do we move forward with these things? Because, if it's $1 per meter squared or $5,000 per meter squared, is a huge issue.
Let's take care of that.
Well, yes. Well, I would say state dollars right now is paying for this. They're asking for more money past their 6 years. So I think as citizens of the state, we have a responsibility to ask if it's not only efficacious, but cost effective.
To follow up on that, Kevin and I talked about this on the phone after the field trials. I always love doing numbers, and if you extrapolate from 1 acre to a square kilometer, the amount of extreme needed is around 13,000 gallons. If it's even $10 a gallon, and it was actually, you paid a lot more than that for it, that's $130,000 per 1 square kilometer, not counting boats and everything else. If it's, the other one was done, clear was done 5 times. So numbers are really important, and we have to, in the same, it's more, maybe we have to manage expectations. That's probably okay on a canal that's 10 acres or 20 acres or something like that, that people can afford it. But we get the public and the state thinking, oh, this is going to be offshore in large volumes, then we really have to look hard at numbers early, I think, before we get to the point where it's embarrassing. Sorry, we can't afford that.
So I added cost benefit as one of those other core areas. And I will say that in an ideal world, the treatment would happen at the bloom's like smallest possible state, and then that would be that. But the reality is something that we have to be, we have to confront that too.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you're thinking about cost benefit though, you have to look at whole life cycle. So if I look at X amount of product, people, equipment being deployed, and I put just a generic metric on acres treated as the net benefit, that doesn't include the actual benefits to human health, benefits to wildlife health. And those are really hard metrics to get good economic data on. But if you don't look at that whole life cycle value proposition, then really you're only talking about costs. And it's really easy to say, oh, this just costs too much. And we're having this discussion with seagrass, replanting in nurseries. It's expensive on a per acre basis. But if you extend that value cost against fisheries, stabilized sediments, and you've got numbers, and those numbers are hard to come by, now all of a sudden that cost benefit ratio shifts dramatically. But unfortunately, in today's what I would call short-term window for looking at value, it's almost always just cost and not benefit. And I do think that we're going to need to look at the whole life cycle value, through the entire, delivery system of ecosystem management and application. And that is going to be a challenge in Florida because those data are hard to come by in real numbers. So, what's the value of respiratory health? And especially the long-term chronic health. There's a real value there, but do we have that number? And that's going to shift that dynamic a lot if we had that number.
So this argues for having an economist or more than one involved somewhere in this process. I'm not sure where they should be. I'm not sure people like us can do this. I mean, we could talk about it, but we can't actually do it. Where would we have and who, at what step of the process would you have the economist to answer that question?
Isn't there a project that is being conducted to look at the economics of treating red tide?
University of Maryland?
With moat involved?
I don't think we're involved. Oh, okay.
Vince is
I think Vince is involved.
Yeah. No, I know Al Price is involved, but I don't know that he's with PI. It's just someone at University of Maryland.
So there's an ongoing research effort to look at this and to kind of look at it, I think, across different scales. I was asked, I believe, to be on the technical advisory board, but I haven't heard any updates on it. And so it's something that, but it's definitely, there's also been a few other economic studies funded. But I think that going forward, that is a big part of this. And I think, again, my point with environmental consulting and trying to think about the measurements, there may be a lot of different industrial developments that can come along with this. And so the cost benefit gets extremely complicated when you start to include some of these different scenarios. And I think that hopefully right now the scale is such that we can do those sorts of assessments and build those in. But I think that as we think about monitoring the environment, trying to monitor some of the socioeconomic components of this as well as communication, I think those are really important things to prioritize. Sherry, I saw you with a comment. Do you want to say anything out loud?
Hi, everybody. I like the discussion, and Dwayne's right. On one side there is costing out these different technologies, and the approach to doing that's pretty straightforward. But the benefits of these, have that public good component that would be cross-cutting across all of them. So it is, something that you don't need an economist for each project. The true values are in those longer run and more public benefits. And, to the extent that whatever future funding could be directed to having a team look at that and try to start quantifying it, especially given where you are now with the testing of some of these control methods, to keep that broader picture in mind. Now would be a really good time because it would benefit all of these technology that these companies are looking for. And with that public good aspect, no one company is going to invest in getting that number. That's all.
Thanks, Sherry. Dave?
The whole issue of scale, that's like the Achilles heel of the whole thing.
Yeah.
So I think part of what we should be doing is defining a scale at which mitigation efforts are appropriate or reasonable, and scales at which they become unreasonable, inordinately expensive and inoperable, basically. So that threshold, they're different for freshwater and marine. So there are both temporally and spatially. You can have an event and cyanobacteria may get blown into a marina or residential canals or whatever, and it'll just sit there. And so, you have more time to act. You're having trouble finding a place to go where it's still going to be there by the time you can get mobilized to go do it, right? So that's different on the freshwater and the marine side. And then just the scale of it. So unless we're talking about Lake Okeechobee, we're not even going to treat Lake Okeechobee because the scale's off the charts. But we might treat Hokie Marina. And the same on red tide. It's like, what's a reasonable mitigation effort for these types of products that meet the scale of that we can reasonably expect to work in, and the cost that would be associated with doing so. Because if the public has visions of us flying C-47s broadcasting product over the entire coast, that's not reasonable. We can't afford to do anything like that.
Kevin?
Yeah, well, just to follow that comment, we've been trying to guide through the workshop process, and maybe the task force here, I'd ask for assistance targeted. Someone had mentioned it before, if you're offshore or a bloom origination, I know there's still a lot of work to be done there, but if you can take some of these products into those areas and combine the strength of the monitoring that's going on with the mitigation tool, I think that's an ideal space to move into in the coming years.
And so, Kevin and Liz, before we have a discussion with the task force. Are there any things in particular that you would like to either ask the task force or comments, types of feedback that you're looking for, even beyond those general topics that I mentioned?
I think the monitoring one is a good one. So I'm glad we covered that. The comment I just made on the targeted use of mitigation products. I think that's another one good to throw out. That's combining the monitoring side of the world with the mitigation side of the world and crossing those over if possible. Another one while the group was talking is appropriations that are used in emergency response. Largely been historically used for fish cleanup and disposal. Turning that to proactive response. That's another topic to maybe consider of a recommendation for how the state uses the funding for a HAB response. Those are the ones that pop into my mind, other than, hey, we're going to continue down this path. We've got several others, as I mentioned, with Ozonix and Lake Guard Oxy and some of these others that'll be coming, and we'd love to continue to share those new hurdles. Each one is different. Some of the stuff Don's working on, obviously, with clays and associated algicides. Want to keep the conversation and keep you all definitely informed. But those are some of the kind of next step questions I think of. Yeah. Monitoring, funding, targeted deployment.
One question is whether we might want to hear from the freshwater side from DEP about the innovative tech program, just to get an overview of how that's currently being managed. And so we might be able to see if we could get somebody to come to a future meeting and have that sort of parallel overview. So that was one thought that I had. And then going forward, we will have taken all the minutes, all the comments that you've already provided today, and we can start to write that up and put that under these main topical areas that I've identified. Again, monitoring, deployment, communication, regulatory framework, and cost benefit. And we can tie scale into that as well. I think that touches on a lot of those. I had heard some discussion that perhaps another workshop would be coming, and I know that there were panels focused on the deployment elements and then also on the emergency response kind of elements. Moving forward, do we anticipate future workshops in that arena, future discussions to kind of follow up along? I know that we had heard that maybe there would be some sort of tabletop exercises, and we wanted to make sure that since there are already those ongoing tabletops, that there was an opportunity to kind of cross-pollinate and make sure that those efforts were going hand in hand. So that's something that I think we can continue to discuss. Yeah.
I believe we will incorporate a workshop into the actual deliverables for future Red Tide Initiative contracts, and making that like an actual, we need to do this and continue these conversations. But yeah, I don't see why we can't incorporate the HAB task force and these tabletop discussions in the workshop as well. It just keeps on getting bigger. We're going to have 3 days worth of workshop in the future, 4 days.
More questions? And what is the most ask for keeping the program going? Hi, Kevin. What's this year's ask to keep the program going from the state?
Well, the language, from the in the Red Tide Mitigation Technology Development Initiative statute, the sunset was struck. I don't know if you mentioned that before, Barb. So the hope is the continuation of the $3 million of over, at least the coming year as we move into these deployment stages. It's, as we're talking, these are difficult. They're, you're ramping up, you're building new equipment, you're going much larger. It requires a large team on all sides, so the costs are going up. But presently, at that $3 million mark, I really want to continue to push these products out in the field and use those funds. And again, as talking about other appropriations, marry up with larger deployments if the state would be interested in doing so. I'd appreciate that support, because if we can provide some of the equipment and the monitoring and the teams, sometimes as you're getting to, the early product until we figure out the right dosage can be a little bit cost prohibitive.
Right, did I see your hand go up and then down?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, do you have a question?
No, I had left it up.
Okay. Kevin, that's a good point, and I think that just another concern, maybe, I'm not sure if it's a concern, but with all of these different tests potentially happening, I think that coming up with the structure for how the monitoring happens is really important. And so that's something that I think is a good priority to consider. We talked a little bit about what is long-term, and I would squish that into the scale question of both time and spatial scale. And so I think this is going to be something that we'll want to continue to weigh in on. And
Kate,
again, yeah,
could I add to that? Just so, through the workshop process and through the initiative, I think Liz touched on this. The plan is to bring on a contractor that's, work closely with the emergency management to help us develop, like the presentation before. Sorry, I didn't catch the whole thing. And Megan and I have talked about this. You're saying synergizing some of those efforts of incident command and so forth. So I'd love to bring that back and that help of marrying those two efforts, if that makes sense.
Yep. And I think, generally moving towards that best practices sort of framework to say that enough of these testings would be conducted similarly so that we can have a sense that the assessment is robust and strong and comparable, as much as that may be, given that the methods are quite different in terms of how they're deployed. And I think that from that monitoring perspective, if we're able to look at that list together, but I think that would be something invaluable for us to be able to provide comment on even right now, to see if there's any gaps there that just kind of come across our radar. I saw two, so I'm willing to throw myself under the bus in terms of responding immediately. But I'm not sure if we can pull up that slide again. It may be hard to read. And I don't think we have it.
I might have it.
But I think Megan's gonna pull it up. I'm pretty sure your hand is just up again, but if you have a question.
No, I'm not sure how that's happening. Should be down now.
Okay, yep. And so we have the field study checklist, which will be coming up, and the main topics include crania brevis, water quality, nutrients, environmental parameters, biology, mitigation technique, test site, duration, and additional parameters. And so
this.
Yep. And so I'll kind of go first, but one of the things that
This is tier free. I mean, this says field, so we're talking.
so this is tier 3 with the caveat that I mentioned, like that maybe some of these need to be conducted in the mesocosm testing as well. A subset of them are indeed sampled in the mesocosms, but as Liz mentioned, birds in the mesocosms, and possibly not in the field as much either. But and so one thing that is something that I feel like is really important to include here, and it's something that we as the task forces have recognized as a challenge, is the aerosol component. And so I think that given that there's treatment and potentially a large amount of cells that are dying in some way, understanding where the toxins go is important. And so trying to include aerosol testing, I think is something that we want to try to build into this, and we see that as a gap. And
For the fresh water, some of the mitigations like use of ozone. If you're putting a whole bunch of ozone into the canal, we've made vendors monitor for ozone in the air where the applicators are working. So you have to keep that context of, what are the folks that are actually doing this being exposed?
so I think there's the cornea brevis air monitoring component, and then there's what is the method of treatment, and does that require its own separate air monitoring?
So can Barb maybe help us here? We talked in my program about having Mitch Pierce or someone measure aerosolized toxins, but it wasn't trivial ask. You needed some big pumps, big collectors. And is that what we're expecting? I mean, it's a big deal, right?
It's a big deal. I would say, being that I'm working with the Roscamp folks, they're trying to, some of the stuff Rich has done is 20 years old. So we need to update our methods. They're working hard on that. So it might not be quite so onerous, but it needs to be done, for sure.
I'm a part of another group that's sort of a working group at this point, that includes NOAA, FPCU, and some other partners, where we're just trying to think about how to develop the appropriate capacity to be able to do the air testing. And so some of the components that we're adding in are looking at dissolved toxins in the water, trying to use that as sort of a proxy. But also we have a few handheld air samplers that we have purchased, and at least some testing with microsystems suggests that we can go from that into an ELISA. So trying to come up with better, simpler ways to do that sort of testing. But it's still very much in development and not explicitly funded through any particular project.
I thought you'd bring up being the phytoplankton ecologist. I thought you'd bring up community structure.
I think that shows up
there somewhere.
Yeah, I think that shows up under biology. We have phytoplankton community, bacterial community, plankton community.
So if we go back up, it says tissue analysis. Yeah, tissue sample. What is that? Water samples. I think water samples is needed for all of them. And then sediment samples, what are you doing with them? So I can't imagine trying to collect fish or shrimp or crabs and do all these tissue analyses for what? Are you looking for toxins? Are you looking for residues of the algicides? So that to me is very vague.
Kind of like that, right?
It might be technology dependent, which you'd be looking for, right? Here, if you're dropping everything down, you want to see, are the cells dead? Are the toxins detoxified or just held there? Benthic organisms being exposed to those? I mean, it could be like that, or if there's something that's in the water column, it might be different organisms you're focusing in on.
I agree. We're trying to get a lot of that data from small tanks. Let's start talking about how are you going to look at crabs or something in an area like that where you don't know. Sounds good, but it's hard to do. You're talking about the cages down, animals in them, and then hauling them up later. Some of these things that sound routine are far from it.
Yeah, and that's, I guess, my point, that a lot of this expertise that would be required to do this broad, even though the response was you wouldn't be doing this for everything or all the time, whatever, but still, you're touching on pretty broad spectrum of specialities, and can you assemble all those to do this on your own? Probably not, and that's why maybe a centralized, clearinghouse board doing that is better because they've already pulled that expertise together.
Would then having a sentinel organism that does get deployed in a cage a week before deployment become a part of that process, regardless of how the method is applied? So I feel like there's a lot of complexity, but then also there's some sort of basic things that probably need to happen. And so trying to figure out that balance.
Well, the challenge, when you look at mangroves as an example on this list, seagrasses, you're going to have a proximal theoretical impact. So you're going to add some sort of product and you're trying to determine, not just the efficacy, but the safety. Now, in normal water quality, we'd be using whole effluent toxicity tests, and we'd be doing acute and chronic. And that is very definitive, although it's a really complicated and expensive test. And you can still get false positives, but at least you've got a methodology. I don't know how some of these, bacteria, benthic community, pelagic community, I don't know how you're ever going to get to that cause effect with a single product in situ, because there's so many other things going on. And that spatial temporal variability, just a salinity shift, if it rains while you're doing your test, could shift the whole parameters. So I think, some of this is, I'd love to know about all that, but I don't think you're going to get there in this process. I think it's going to be more of a lab, and it could be, in and out whole effluent toxicity, and just look at the difference between a control and a treated sample using the standard EPA methodology. And that may be the best that you're going to get with some clarity. But it's still not easy, and it's not cheap to do those tests.
On the freshwater side, where there have been field trials, we provided input on what makes the better case. So if you're doing testing and you want the pre, during, post monitoring to occur, a control versus treatment test design is superior because you don't have a time lag between, you could be in a different season just doing pre-post. If you're trying to get a good amount of monitoring pre to compare to post, then you have a seasonal change. That gets very difficult to say attribution of the treatment was what caused or didn't cause this effect. So doing something where you have control versus treatment, where things are happening at the same time, and the difference between the two is treatment, and hopefully not the microscale of the two different areas that you have to do this in. So we offer advice on how to present the best case in your treatment or in your testing. So I think that factors into this as well, that the vendor wants to make the best case they can. They're not always going to have the best option available to them. So then what are the downsides of not picking the best option, but the next best option? Having thought through where people understand the complexity and how their choices influence the case that they're trying to make, that should be something that we think out and provide to them to help them.
Most of these smaller companies, they just don't have the technological experience or background. I talk to a lot of these companies. When I talk about whole effluent, they say, well, we did a tox test. They didn't compare it to anything. So I don't know what that number means. They're ambient water. When we worked on Lake Jessup, we were always comparing the delta between, inflow and outflow post-treatment. And even that was complicated. We were doing 7 days, 24-hour, hourly composite samples, so you don't wind up skewing with, a pulse of something that comes through the system that you weren't paying attention to. And that was pulling, over 3.6 million gallons a day and subsampling from those intakes and then subsampling. So this gets really complicated, and that is a very comprehensive list. It's a great list. But what in that list do you really need to know to be able to evaluate both, the risk, and the potential, impact? And all species are going to react somewhat differently. You're never going to go through the whole list. And this one starts at bacteria and goes up to mangroves. It's a pretty big spread of potential target species.
Well, and as I understand it, this is sort of a wish list, right? Of brainstorming sort of thing. We have a lot of expertise in this room. Would it be helpful to kind of, I'm almost thinking like the tier 1, tier 2, when you first do a open water experiment, these are the essentials that have to be. Then it passes that, do you move on? Kind of ramp it up.
Almost at a minimum, you need to be doing these tests probably during and post, but definitely pre and post.
How much credence do you give mesocosm results that are done prior to the full study? I think Kevin has said that isn't DEP now requiring mesocosm tests for any field applications, and that also has to include certain animals. So if you've done that, if you looked at uptake of toxins or effect of particulates on these animals in a controlled environment, is that enough? You have to look at those same animals during the field treatment.
And I think just to point out a glaring gap that I see here is kind of assessing feasibility using some modeling, and whether that is modeling, like looking at the physics of what is actually happening during one of these treatments and building that in so that that's another condition that's monitored. Or if that's something where there can be some experiments conducted to say, we anticipate canal deployments, and so we can simulate these various wind, tidal, other situations. We can have a bloom at the surface somewhere else, but can we go through some exercises to look at efficacy in a modeling standpoint before we go out and put things in the field? I think that, again, just having a sense of how local to regional conditions are changing, you are never able to fully isolate a bloom and treat it. The bloom is always going to be doing its own thing. And so being able to look at that in some sort of comprehensive way, I think that that's really important. And it seems like even going backwards in time and looking at prior treatments, how successful were they given that maybe 50% of the water was retained? We can get some estimates like that and account for things like changes in salinity. The other thing is that none of this is mentioned as to whether it's ongoing in situ measurements or whether it's happening like once every 30 hours. And so I think that's something that's really important too, and where when we've been able to put in situ instrumentation and we see how truly dynamic things are. And so being able to do some sort of field experiment for 30 hours, you really want to be monitoring for that entire 30 hours to see what's going on. So just a couple extra layers on there, but it might help deal with some of these questions in a few different.
Just along that lines of what you were saying from a oral work group, and then they say what to monitor, how to monitor, meaning continuous discrete, whatever, and then where to monitor. So you have to tie all of them together, because anyone, you can say monitor this, but you haven't already spelled out how you expect it to be monitored or where you want that taken, then it's not enough on its own.
Rules get dispersed, but they also are put in one place. So red tide definitely brings in some different challenges in terms of follow something that's perpetually on the move. Okay, well, I think that's a good general next step, at least with the list, is to be able to provide maybe an abbreviated list of really core measurements that we think would be really critical, and potentially to stage those out depending on whether it's with the different stages, from the lab into the field, or whether it's thinking about pre, during, post. So I think that's something that we can work on, and is that something we can facilitate over, we can get people's feedback over email?
We just can't work on it.
We can't work on it together.
Sorry, but is there a checklist for tier 1, a checklist for tier 2?
This is for specifically for the field testing.
Right, but are there, because I mean, building, it seems, would make sense.
So is there a way to get a list of the common measurements that would be conducted during either the lab or the mesocosm testing as well?
Yeah, I think it's just a fraction of this list. But like I said, we never standardized that protocol, but I can put together a list what's been done.
That would be really helpful. And then one of the things that we can start to do is just accumulate and aggregate the different communications and the different literature that the initiative has pulled out, so that we can start to have that. And it is already online, so it's extremely accessible already, but we'll put it in one place. And I think that this is a good discussion to continue onward, and kind of back to the idea of how we want to proceed as a task force. I didn't hear any opposition to having the Blue-Green Innovative Tech Program provide an overview of that program. I think that would be helpful as we think about our own recommendations. Is this something we want to continue to work on at meetings and potentially work on some sort of document, something that's a little bit more cohesive? Should we vote on this? Okay, I will take a vote if you would like to continue working on this at future meetings, with the idea of potentially putting out some sort of a product that we will continue to develop. Please raise your hand. And for those of you online, thank you. Okay, so that's a solid yes. So, and then kind of going back to whether or not, there might be even a targeted workshop that needs to happen separate from the annual workshops. That's something that I think we can continue to discuss too. I don't know exactly what that might look like, but I think as we start to move into the realm of field testing and deployment, there may need to be some effort, like really focused on what that looks like and trying to standardize amidst all of the things that can kind of come up and present perhaps unique challenges.
Okay. Just a thought, maybe this is for Kevin. I love the fact we're finally, connecting with the Blue-Green Task Force. But we've also got this, newly created Office of the Ocean Economy, and that's just starting to get its legs. There may be a connection between that genesis of that office and trying to define, what the coastal and ocean economy is, and the conversation we're having today and the work that's being done at MODE. So it may be, I don't know if they have a director yet or not, but it might be worth, seeing where that's headed in the bigger picture of policy and, the fact we are talking about developing a pretty much novel industry sector within Florida. There may be some value there.
And that's a great point. And I think I had that same thought, just kind of echoing your words from the consensus document that just went out. Got a blurb about the that'll be a great. This was just something that, as we were in the workshop, I was thinking about that development of kind of a unique workforce.
And it's not just us and what we're doing. I had a conversation with Space Florida and NOPS. And we had a discussion about history, how hard it has been historically to get ocean technology and science together with space technology and science. And there's a lot of synergies. In fact, a lot of the work you're doing now, the gliders, a lot of that came out of it, aviation and aerospace. You know, and I'm sitting right in the middle of the biggest expansion at Kennedy Space Center that we've seen. And so I think we've got the ability as a task force to kind of work through some of those connecting to the dot opportunities. Because I don't think it's going to happen organically. I think we're going to have to make recommendations so we can make that all kind of look like a bigger and be a bigger enterprise for the state of Florida than just, and you all have heard me, you know, one of these days we're going to take a look at East Coast and all the crazy blooms that we have over there. But I think we've been focused exactly where we need to be with Perennia. But there's a lot going on when it comes to harmful algal blooms in this state, and a lot of needs for innovation in modeling and, you know, sensor technology. And we've got some opportunities to kind of connect those dots among us and then send that back out to Tallahassee and Washington and say, you know, we need to be working on this from a little different angle than just the pure science or biology. So I think there's opportunities there.
As we talk about, you know, red tide treatment and how that the idea that we do have this cycle where now we're starting to get into the more prevalent cyanobacteria season. You know, unfortunately, we have algal blooms, and so it may be that some of these companies do work on both issues, or, you know, other marine HABs as well. So I don't know. I don't know if you guys didn't really mention the incubator necessarily here, but I don't know if maybe that's a good place to kind of mention that ongoing work just within this context, and maybe how that fits in, and if those questions that we're raising for Florida are coming up at a national level too. So I don't know, between Kevin and Liz, if one of you wants to kind of feel that.
I'd say definitely, and sorry, I got some home repairs going on in the background. That's why I'm at the house today. A lot of synergies between the Red Tide Initiative and the incubator on a national scale, really trying to marry up that logic that we're putting into those things that go into the field, and considering those highly as you move anything through a tier 1, tier 2, to consider all the scalability, the regulatory processes, anything that you would think is to get into the field. And I think there are chances for synergizing what even growing what's going on from the NOAA side in the state of Florida side for both red tide and blue green. So happy to present any of those technologies. You know, I'm talking about them vaguely, but geez, Liz, what have we had? About 10, 15 now through the incubator, probably the first couple years, and we could bring some of those back. And then there's some alignment with those that are in the DEP innovative tech. So that's, you know, another spot if interested for the task force. But
I think the call for this third year for HAB was benthic cyanos or benthic algae in general. And those proposals should be due soon. So the HAB team will be reviewing those, I think, selecting proposals by early summer. So I think what you said, the next task force is June. We could potentially present those year 3 proposals.
And additional core funds coming out too. We're seeing, and I know people in the room are probably familiar with those. Army Corps, you know, continue to put out new products, new technologies.
So let's go ahead and thank Kevin and thank Liz for her presentation and simulating great discussion today. I think this was a wonderful discussion, and I think it will really help move us into the next phase of being able to provide some guidance. And it's really exciting to see this move into this space. So thank you again.
Thank you. I think really appreciative of the group product for those field testing parameters. It's just been Kevin and I. It'd be nice to have a little more expertise.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I will pause us. We're gonna go to break for lunch. One thing that I should have mentioned earlier, we have public comment period at 1:30. So that will be right straight when we come back from lunch. So we'll go to that first. And so that is what we'll be doing right now. So we'll see everyone online back at right at 1:30. Thank you so much. Hey everyone, welcome back. We are going to continue on with our HAB task force meeting. Before we get started with some additional conversation and discussion with the task force, we are going to pause for our public comment period. And so we have a slide posted with the dial-in number. And so we'll just pause for a little while and see if we have any public comments coming. And I'm going to repeat that just in case that didn't come through for those of us that are attending virtually, that we have returned from lunch. And I wanted to welcome everyone back, and we're now in the public comment period. So the dial-in number is posted, and we will just pause for a few minutes just to see if we get any public comments, and then we'll resume back with our task force discussion and presentations. Just as a reminder, public comments can also be submitted in writing through the online form that is available on the task force website, which is myfwc.com/HAB task force, all one word, no spaces. Okay. So we are ready. Jessica will continue on with the rest of the meeting. And so as we move forward into our next phase of the meeting, I think just kind of recapping some of the information that we got during the morning. We have a pretty decent timeline laid out ahead for us. I just wanted to go over a few dates, and then we'll go over this again after we talk, just so we have it. But the state of the science for the nutrients is scheduled for April 2025. Our next task force meeting is scheduled for June 2025. I believe it's the 10th, but we'll confirm that. We have the state of the science nutrient report due January 2026. And we would prepare to issue the call for related proposals stemming from those recommendations in the July 2026 timeframe, so that those projects would start January 2027 with an anticipated 18-month duration. So that is some of the sort of red tide lines there. That includes our task force meeting. We'll have some discussion, but it'll be good to think about when we come together as a task force and thinking about the deliverables that we mentioned earlier related to some of the treatment mitigation initiatives. And so those will be something that will layer into this timeline. We'll be able to present that going forward. And then we wanted to bring back a topic that we brought up as a task force multiple times, and trying to think about some different ways to make headway on that, and that's the topic of HABs beyond red tide. And so this comes up, and a lot of the work that we do is parallel or opportunities to work not just on Carnia brevis, but on other marine or estuarine HABs, or even some of the freshwater HABs using the same instrumentation, same infrastructure that we developed for red tide. There also it's important to recognize that there are a lot of other types of HABs, and these other HABs can present unique issues that are very different from red tide. And so we have one speaker today, Carrie Lopez, and she'll talk a little bit about pyridinium. I'll give a very short introduction to her presentation, but as we hear her present, some of the questions that we'll want to think about are, how do we get some of our updates on these other HABs? How do we want to go through with that moving forward? And I think also thinking about some of the primers that we've talked about in the past as being a potential product, where just simply even an overview of the different packages in Florida is something that hasn't really been put together in a while in a really comprehensive, updated, easy to digest way that would be amenable to sharing with a broad diversity of audience members, from legislators to the public. So previously we've talked about those sorts of products, and so I think that it's good to keep that in our minds. Go ahead, slides if you don't mind. So these are some slides that I put together in a while back, and they just show some of the different poisoning syndromes that we're concerned with across the U.S. In relation to shellfish or fish, and specifically those biotoxins that are produced by harmful algae. And so you can see that we have a lot of different issues of concern across the state of Florida, and those include marine estuarine, offshore HABs. They also include HABs that are in freshwater. So obviously those dots don't encompass everywhere that we have harmful algal bloom issues, and we also have emergent threats. And for example, benthic cyanobacteria are something that are becoming sort of a growing problem or question as to whether or not they're a problem, at least in terms of public health. And so just wanted to show this again to say that there's a lot of other types of HABs out there. I always have to make my own maps of these. So I may take the one from the national HAB and then add where I know that there have been some additional issues. And then if we can go to the next slide. A few of these are monitored particularly because of issues with shellfish. And so the main three that we deal with in Florida in terms of there being recurring issues are NSP, neurotoxic shellfish poisoning from brevetoxins, paralytic shellfish poisoning from saxitoxins, from pyridinium bohemens, and then amnesic shellfish poisoning toxins, domoic acid from pseudonuclear. We do see other species, other HAB issues, but they're not quite as prevalent as these three genera. And go to the next slide. This just shows the temporal distribution of some of these HABs. And this is just a few years, but what we're seeing, and unfortunately the colors don't really come through, but pyridinium bohemens you can see in red. This is a summer bloomer. Pseudonychia is in turquoise. You can see it's pretty much always around, usually at fairly high concentrations too. There's a lot of species of pseudonychia, not all of them are toxic. So that presents unique challenges compared to the dinoflagellates that generally are toxic. And then we have Carnia, which you can see in purple. And so if you look just really quickly, Carnia tends to be a fall winter bloomer. And as soon as our Carnia blooms end up, we have our summer bloomers to worry about. And of course, there are some years, like if we were to keep this plot going, we would have seen that in 2018 we had Carnia co-occurring at the same time as pyridinium. So I think not only considering different HAB issues, but also potentially considering what happens when we have multiple HAB issues ongoing at once. These are some of the things that we're already up against. And so since pyridinium did warrant a closure of the Pasco scallop dome last year, and we've also had some interesting things. I think most people are aware we didn't have a cranioverbus bloom in 2024. There were some interesting things going on with pyridinium too. And so I've invited Carrie Lopez to present on some of her work and to give sort of a general overview of pyridinium across the state. And so she'll be giving an overview of some of her work, but also covering a lot of partner efforts as well. So with that, I'll introduce Carrie.
Thanks, Kate. Thanks for having me. So before I get started on the presentation, I just want to say that all of the monitoring data and science that I'm going to be talking today about, the contributions of multiple HAB members went into that. So I wanted to acknowledge all of those efforts before I get started. So to give you an overview of what I'm going to talk about, I'll first just briefly talk about where and when pyridinium occurs in Florida, and then get into some of the trends and impact in specific regions of Florida, and talk about what the major drivers are of bloom occurrence that we know, and then get into the next steps toward advance, what we see as priorities for advancing science and management. So pyridinium is an armored dinoflagellate, unlike cranioverbus, which is unarmored. Pyridinium has a thick-walled resting cyst, which allows it to weather sort of, through harsher conditions. It's resistant and can survive in the sediments. But this also means that we have a historical record of pyridinium in the sediments. The vegetative cells in the water column have a tropical to subtropical range. And we know that it produces saxitoxins. And this is important because, as you all know, saxitoxins accumulate in shellfish and other organisms like pufferfish. And so that can result in human health risks and risks and impacts to wildlife. Okay, so where does pyridinium occur in Florida? So, animations here. So, so we can see that we have observations of pyridinium all along the coast, and yeah. So, but we have high biomass blooms only recorded in 3 regions to date. That's Indian River Lagoon on the east coast, Tampa Bay, and Charlotte Harbor, Pine Island Sound area on the west coast. We have recurring high biomass in Tampa Bay and in Indian River Lagoon. So most summers we see high biomass in those 2 areas. And then we have recent impacts, notable saxitoxin events that have occurred in Indian River Lagoon, but also in Pine Island Sound and in the Pasco zone, north coastal area north of Tampa Bay. So I'm going to focus on those 4 regions, the recent impacts, when I get into the details of transit impacts, just to kind of review where those are again before, so you can recognize water bodies when they come up. We have the Indian River Lagoon, Tampa Bay, Pine Island Sound, and the Pasco zone. One more. Thank you. Sorry about the animations. All right, next slide, please. Okay, so when I talk about each of the regions, I'm going to walk you through a series of plots like this. So just to kind of orient you, we have abundance over time for these 4 regions here. And so we have each panel is a different year for the last decade. And then the x-axis is day of the year, with July being that dotted line in the center. And then the high biomass threshold mark is that red dashed line on each of the rows. And so in this plot, we have temperature color coding the dots. So the darker temperatures are represented, the warmer temperatures are represented by the darker colors. And the point I wanted to make here is that, like I said, the high biomass recurring blooms occur in the Indian River Lagoon and Old Tampa Bay. And then the other two areas are typically lower biomass. And so these two areas have more water exchange than the Indian River Lagoon and Old Tampa Bay. So that's important to note. The other point is that in all four regions, we're seeing the peaks occur at the same time of the year. So it really is a cyclical or seasonal event occurring in summer. Okay, so in the Indian River Lagoon, there are water quality impacts, have water discoloration and reduced light penetration in the water column. But we also have regular shellfish harvesting area closures there due to saxitoxins. And so this screenshot just shows where those shellfish harvesting areas are. This is from FDAC's website. And so you can see those red and orange dots of pyridinium in the map really occur in those four major subbasins and overlap with those shellfish harvesting areas. And we also have a permanent ban on pufferfish harvesting in the Indian River Lagoon since 2004. And if we look at the temporal variability, so again, this is a similar plot with abundance of pyridinium on the y-axis and time on the x-axis for the last 10 years. And color here is representing latitude. So the more southern latitudes are the yellow color. So that would be like central IRL. And so the important points to note here is that we're seeing the peaks occurring in July and August. Typically, the high biomass blooms are mostly in the northern Indian River Lagoon and the Banana River Lagoon. But in some years, like 2017 and 2023, in 2023, you can see those yellow dots indicative of presence of high biomass in the central IRL. And then the other notable thing is that, as Kate mentioned, 2024 was a little different. We saw relatively lower biomass, so that was the only year where we didn't see 1 million cells per liter. So that's that second dotted line that you can really see for the past decade. And also, the bloom peaked a little earlier than other years. And then moving into Tampa Bay, the blooms in Tampa Bay are restricted to this northernmost region called Old Tampa Bay, where you see the red and orange dots here. And so in Old Tampa Bay, we have high magnitude and long duration blooms most summers, and that's resulted in missed management targets for Florpala. The blooms can inhibit light penetration and have been associated with seagrass losses in Old Tampa Bay, especially in this area that you see on the seagrass map, the area north of the Howard Franklin Bridge, Feather Sound area. We've seen large declines in seagrass, and that's a hotspot area for pyridinium blooms. We have not had PSP-related shellfish harvesting closures because of the location of the blooms. So again, this is shellfish harvesting at the FDAC site, and you can see where those shellfish harvesting areas are in relation to the blooms. But I did want to point out that even though we haven't had closures, that doesn't mean that the cells are not toxic in Tampa Bay. And this plot is just from a technical report where we were looking, this was in 2021, when we were sampling from a natural reef, which is shown in that circle. And this plot shows pyridinium abundance on the top panel, but the bottom panel is saxitoxins in oyster tissues. And you can see, so there's a really faint line, horizontal line, that would be the regulatory limit. And you can see that we've had toxins in the oysters well above the regulatory limit from that natural reef during the bloom in 2021. So it's just important to make that note. So looking at temporal variability in Old Tampa Bay, similar to IRL, peaks are in July, early August. We had 5 years in a row of severe blooms for the period between 2018 to 2022. Also that time period when we saw when there were dramatic seagrass declines. But then in 2023, the bloom ended earlier than normal. And then in 2024, we did not have a bloom for the first time since 2007. And we're looking into factors behind that. One, we have an ongoing project with Hillsborough County, part of their sediment mapping, and we take samples and do cyst counts and supported by Tampa Bay Estuary Program. And we saw bay-wide decline in cyst abundances in 2024. And so that is one factor we're looking into. And then also 2023 was a relatively dry year in this time series. Had driest summer and fall, and resulted in elevated salinity. So, sorry, I did. I accidentally. I am bad. So forward. One more. There we go. Thank you. Okay, so now moving on to Pine Island Sound. So again, same plot, but I wanted to mention this is an example of where we can have overlap with Crania brevis blooms in cases when Crania brevis may be hanging on through the summer because of the location of the blooms. So that is one issue to consider here. Most years we see relatively low biomass, but we are seeing cells almost every year over the past decade. And there are a few years where we've had high biomass. We had a PSD related closure in 2016. So that's, I've got the map here to show you of the harvesting areas. So the bloom areas here overlap with the shellfish harvesting areas. Okay, and now for the Pasco zone, where in the past we see relatively low abundances between 1,000 cells per liter and 10,000 cells per liter. But regardless of that, last year we had the first closure of this scalloping area in the Pasco zone here shown in this map due to saxitoxins in scallop. So despite those low abundances, there were still saxitoxins. And just to give you a little context of the cell count range compared to the seawater toxicity, it's typically much lower concentrations in the range that we saw, 1,000 to 15,000. So there's an example here from the Indian River Lagoon, and you can see that the seawater toxicity is a couple orders of magnitude lower than we had a high biomass bloom. So we're looking into reasons why that's driving those observations. Additional things to consider are the hydrodynamics and faster moving water, more particle exposure, the phytoplankton community composition, like what they were hired in was the only source of food, and how that contributed. So moving into some important factors influencing pyridinium blooms. I mentioned the resting cyst stage and how that's important. We know that, so this is an image, a couple of maps of Tampa Bay showing the high resting cyst abundances in Tampa Bay sediments compared to where we see cells in the water column. And you can see those red areas are co-located. So our high cyst spots are also our hot spots for blooms. we know that cyst germination in Tampa Bay has a seasonal cycle to, so the cysts have a seasonal cycle to their dormancy, much like with Alexandria, like we show with Alexandria. In the case of pyridinium, extended warm temperatures can cause the cysts to enter dormancy so that they can't germinate, and then extended cool temperatures like they experience over the winter allow them to break dormancy so that they can germinate when conditions, when they're exposed to oxygen. And so that results in sort of this synchronized germination in the spring. And just to show you an example of that, this is an example from 2015 to 2016 where of what the cysts were doing in nature compared to what the bloom was doing. And so you can see that after the bloom in 2015 in the fall, cysts were dormant. So on the y-axis, you have percent cysts germinating. So cysts collected in that time period, they were dormant and could not germinate. But by after cool exposure over the winter, by early February, they were beginning to germinate and reached peak germination by mid-April. And then after that, the bloom followed. And so this is, we followed this with laboratory experiments so that we could characterize the length of time required for that cool exposure in order for the cyst to reach its quiescent state. And we can use that to predict when cells will begin to be able to germinate this spring. And so we have upcoming experiments where we want to characterize the germination rates as a function of temperature. And the goal is to, modeling what's been done for Alexandria, to develop that into a germination model that can be then incorporated into a bloom model. Okay, and then just to kind of go over the habitat characteristics for the high biomass blooms, I mentioned long residence time, I think, earlier. So that is important not only to allow population to grow and to minimize losses, but it also contributes to retainment of cysts in the system. And so we know that's a characteristic of high biomass bloom habitat. We also, so this is a figure from a paper, a study done in the Indian River Lagoon, where in those habitats, we could be pretty well predicted from temperature and salinity. This plot is showing the temperature kernel density plot of distribution of different species as a function of temperature and salinity. And you can see for pyridinium in red, we have a pretty narrow temperature window, but a much broader salinity window, which is shown on the top. And then the 3D, the salinity versus temperature plot on the bottom, just shows the overlap between different species. And that is important to consider too. This is an example from that paper where we use a statistical model to predict pyridinium abundance. So that this is the model results showing abundance on the y-axis. And so we were able to, in Banana River Lagoon, predict pyridinium abundance from temperature and salinity and the presence of another HAB, Oreoumbra lagunensis, which had a negative effect on pyridinium abundance. So HAB competition interactions are important to consider. Other factors contributing to variability at different scales. So this is from work we're doing in Tampa Bay with a 13-year time series where we also use statistical models to predict bloom probability, but we integrated rainfall and the cyst environment. And so the model, similar like the model in the Indian River Lagoon, showed relationships with quadratic relationships with temperature and salinity. So there's an optimal temperature and salinity range, and they interact. But this also illustrated the relationship between rainfall and assist environments. So an environment or time points that followed high rainfall events in locations with high cysts were much more likely to have a bloom than environments that had low cysts and time points that followed low rainfall events. And so I mentioned the rainfall earlier. Also, coming up with ways to look at bloom severity, we've been able to further look at that relationship between rainfall. There's been, so in prior work has shown relationships between pyridinium blooms and rainfall, but there's often been difficulty establishing direct relationships with nutrient inputs and freshwater runoff, in part because of the timing of events is important. It's not always a linear relationship. So looking at the data in these different ways can be informative. So in this plot, we see pyridinium bloom severity. And you can see 2024, we had no bloom. That was the lowest bloom severity. 2023 was also low in bloom severity. And as I mentioned, 2023 was the driest year overall. So that influenced, or the data suggests that was an influencing factor in 2023. And then again, I mentioned the cyst concentrations in 2024. The decline of cyst is probably important. But also wanted to mention that the other species that when pyridinium, was not there in 2024, if we looked at a similar index but using chlorophyll, we still had higher than average chlorophyll, and that was due to the bloom of another dinoflagellate. So it's just something which we all keep in mind when we're developing management strategies that just, if one species goes away, we may have another one to deal with. Okay, so now getting into priorities, what we see as important priorities for next steps. So we have some data on rates that we could use that could be used in models, but it will require, the next step is integrating it into the model and deciding, working with partners to decide the best models to use. Characterizing population connectivity and variability to understand emergent blooms. We have evidence that, am I on a different one? Oh, okay. Oh, no. Sorry about that. So we have evidence that many blooms are forming in situ from cysts, but the connectivity between different populations and the variability in genetic and phenotypic characteristics is something that needs more analysis and work. Improving our understanding of toxin accumulation and food web dynamics, as I mentioned, different shellfish species is important. And then continuing to add in or revise the rates we do have based on field observations, new technologies, and laboratory experiments, so we can better parameterize the biogeochemical cycles during these high biomass blooms where there's rapid turnover. And then finally, enhancing our understanding of drivers of bloom dynamics across tidal, multiple seasonal scale, using new technology, integrating. We have studies where we looked at pyridinium variability, and we know there's high variability on time scales and short distances. So exploring that more. And I already mentioned this one, but finally improving sampling, reporting, and coordination to protect public health. And that would involve a new GIS map, which Kate may want to talk more about, and potentially changing.
And that's just a quick, I kind of touched on this a little bit earlier, but we have been working on database upgrades, and that's something that's a long-term process. But we've also been working on upgrades to our GIS map. Part of that is necessity just because our old map is on an integrated system, and so we've been going through the process of updating that. When the Pasco zone, when that was closed, we also started a Paradigm map that's similar to the Carnegie Brevis map. And so the idea is that eventually we'll have something akin to a dashboard of sorts that will have maps from these different HAB species. We are mindful of communication challenges that may come from that, just with the idea of having a lot of different dots on the map. And so we're trying to work through some of those. And I think that as we think about beyond red tide across some of the different working groups as well, trying to communicate and have products that will include more information, but still, contain great information is obviously a challenge. The one-stop shopping idea, I love that people still think that's a good idea, but I've seen what one-stop shopping looks like, and it's a nightmare. And yeah, so like, if you want that, that's great, but I feel like there still needs to be some deliberate parsing of what goes together, because otherwise you end up with everything is some sort of symbol that doesn't intuitively make sense. So headed in that direction, and I think we'll maybe have an update both on the database side, but also on what some of these tools might look like. I think we're probably going to have a new GIS map sometime in the next 3 to 6 months. Maybe sooner. And that will be still Carnegie focused to start out with, but we have these other maps that are coming in the rafters. Pseudonychia, another big one that it's always there. So the communication is very different for a Pseudonychia map relative to a Paradigm map. So I'll pause there and see if there's any questions for Carrie. And there's a number of publications that she cited. And I'm sorry for those of you in the audience, the resolution is way better on these other screens off to the side. So apologies to those of you that I saw the front. It's been rough going looking at the front. Donna, are you one question?
Historically, long time ago, we used to feel that all the pyridinium were toxic. See, does that stand out? Show the map where all of Florida's got little dots. Is every one of those toxic?
As far as I know, we're going to do tests. When there's a high biomass, that's mostly been in those areas I mentioned. We can detect toxins. Now I don't know about in areas where we've got really low. I suspect that the cells are toxic everywhere. I mean, that's
so either what changed or what did get wrong?
I think there's still some question about the taxonomy, and I've looked at some of the genetic work, and basically I want to redo it. That's my answer, because I think that it's been kind of confusing. I'm not sure people looked at the current markers to make the delineations that they were trying to make, and based on a very limited assessment that I've done on my own, it seems like the markers that people were trying to use to differentiate were not really valid for that.
But clearly, I don't remember the papers. We must have tested cultures or forms for toxicity, probably using mice bioassays. So they weren't toxic. So I would assume they did that. So long that was the paradigm.
wonder, I don't know without going back, but I wonder if the concentration of targeting cells, whatever sample they were measuring, had something to do with it. I don't know the answer. That's just
I think that's one of those things that we're kind of, Michelle's really
Yeah.
eager to weigh in here. Michelle, go ahead.
But the bloom in the Ironville tree that had a bunch of harvesting area closures that went down south into area 72. South Melbourne. But the ones that were in the more southern harvesting areas, those soil counts got, I want to say they were in the millions, and we were testing weekly from one of the farms, bi-weekly from one of the farms, so we could keep them open, and they were never toxic. But the ones further up in Volusia were like hundreds of thousands of cells, and they were toxic. Like it was very weird.
We have to be really careful.
And that's why I'm like, I don't know. That's y'all's.
Yeah, the shellfish, the cells, the water, like how, because it may be that certain areas are, like the shellfish concentration mechanism is varying. The species of shellfish, we've been testing different species during events, and we're finding differences across species, possibly even different matrix effects that could be impacting the downstream analyses. And so it's something where
Were they oysters?
I think they were. I have to go back and look at the data.
Eastern oyster, well known to not take up any significant degree.
I'm sure they do.
But most clams do.
I know there's a lot of clam. Like I said, that's area of expertise, but it was very confusing and frustrating and interesting.
Right.
Because managing that stuff very difficult. Just the manpower we used to sample and the manpower here at the lab to run those.
the rapid tests for some of these toxins they leave a lot to be desired in terms of giving an answer that we move forward with and make us all at the same time.
So you don't have a culture. You have cultures of the two varieties?
Yeah.
Have you ever tried making it?
No. We have measured, so all of our cultures do produce toxins. Yeah, so we have toxins but we have not tried it.
For fun, it'd be something to do something. Because with Alexandria, we made it toxic and non-toxic strains. We actually got cysts, but they were not viable. They were like wolves. And it's a really nice mitigation strategy. In our case, we couldn't pursue it because the non-toxic strains were in Europe. So you're going to have to introduce a non-toxic strain. But it was it actually helped to explain the biogeography of the toxic and non-toxic forms in Europe. It's nice paper. Still, it'd be interesting to see if that's going on. If you do indeed have, I can't tell from what Kate's saying, whether you think there's a single species, a single variety.
I think there's a single species. We may have different populations just given how long these the pyridinium blooms have been occurring. And then since we have this kind of emergent situation in Phylum Sound, it is an interesting population study. So we've been saving preserved samples with the idea that we can pick out individual cells. We've been working with a collaborator at USF, and one of the techs that worked with Carrie for quite a while is now getting her degree. So she's been working on some of the bacterial assemblages. But yeah, I think that there probably are these different populations, and then thinking about how those populations get seeded, I think that there may be some good.
So where would you place the ones in Puerto Rico?
We've been trying to get cysts from Puerto Rico. But
Well, I think that there's fairly good, like in terms of there being circulation, retentive circulation that includes the Caribbean and the Gulf of Mexico. I think that there's fairly well established. Yes.
Do you think that Puerto Rico is toxic?
I would guess, yes. I think that it's possibly not a good idea to assume that things are not. Yeah, well,
You should take a trip down there, go diving, buy a little mess. It's fun. I've done it.
Yeah, I should.
Grab some fun while you're doing it.
Oops.
but before we work on pardon in Puerto Rico, Florida issues, but I think that's like, but there's no indication that pardon in Florida is not toxic, or that there are localized populations in one place that are not toxic. And then having this closure along the coast in the past, where we saw very low cell concentrations, but decent levels of toxicity is yet another conundrum. And so we're not sure if maybe we were missing like some of the populations, if maybe there's epiphytes that are involved. And so just kind of understanding more, I know scallops are different than oysters and clams in terms of how they take up and decorate toxins. But I think the overall need to keep a close watch on this from a public health standpoint of managing, ensuring that shellfish are within the pyridinium saxitoxin umbrella, I think.
Or Pasco, was it cell count or the saxitoxin that triggered the initial?
These were sampling before the season opened, and we were seeing cell concentrations that then triggered toxin testing. And we were able to see toxins that were below the regulatory threshold in seafood, and then they jumped up to the, and then once they hit that, they were. But if it had stayed under, ideally it would have been okay to stay open.
So are your most toxic strains or populations, how do they compare to the toxic animals? I looked at the literature.
Brenda could probably answer that question. She's probably got it in the table somewhere. But
Something in my head that makes me think that you're not very toxic. Because you hundreds of thousands of cells. Well,
We only had a few samples over 10,000 later in the past. And the toxin levels were 1.5 to 2 times.
It'd be fun to compare though. There's lots of literature about strains.
in the example I showed, they did see, so in the oyster tissues, we did see toxic, the regulatory limits for cell concentrations measured there were it was definitely a balloon, and there were high concentrations in J. So
Throughout this, we're yes,
We're trying to measure the toxins and things as we can at this point, and using different methods for screening tissues.
because I know to shut it down, testing, but just in general, when looking at cell toxins and all that, you're looking at toxins in the water as well. So
Generally, yes. It depends on what we can get at.
Yeah.
We're 2023. I assume we get for everything. Use the LCMS to look at the toxicity of the water, and so we're sending a lot of lines.
Have profiles. Start to tell you the sea toxins.
Brenda actually, she had a paper where she looked at the different congeners and cultures, tetraed cells and cysts. That's one of the elements. There's definitely data on it.
General question, I'm going to look two different directions here, from both a shellfish perspective, but also a general monitoring for the Indian River Lagoon, because it's kind of unique in its geomorphology, but it's also compartmentalized, to a really high degree. Are we covering enough territory with our monitoring, our long-term monitoring and sampling? You're looking from the outside in. You got Ed Flips to the north. I know you're doing sampling. When we have a bloom, we're looking at toxins, but do you feel like we need to take a re-look at the intensity of where we sample, where we monitor it at this point? Do you see big gaps?
I can give kind of I think that there's some data streams that are really critical in the IRL that make me feel good about things, which are the St. John's River Water Management District in situ monitoring. Being able to pull that up and look at that is huge. And so having that high frequency temporal data is really awesome. Obviously having that in more places is great, but just keeping it going in the different sub-basins is huge. I think that some of the satellite technology and some of the imagery that can be used to look at blooms in the IRL, given that it's got land everywhere, it's shallow, it's mucky, there's all sorts of weird bottom things, but having the ability to have that high frequency data that also encompasses the spatial variability, I think is really valuable.
Because it is different from north to south. St. John's has got a lot of excellent coverage, and when you add Ed Flips, the work that he's doing, there's a lot of folks working in that system. And then as we get some of the areas that we had worries, Sebastian Inlet south, it starts to spread out quite a bit.
Mosquito lagoons.
Mosquito lagoons got some gaps. So I'm thinking of this more from a next 5-year operational standpoint. If the NEP is going to put money someplace as we re-budget priorities, is this something we should be looking at?
It starts blooming in the south more frequently, which I assume it will now. There's not a lot of sampling coverage down there.
Well, and the spatial temporal variability, I'll get phone calls, on a Tuesday that there's dirty water with color, probably, pyro, and then 3 days later, it's 2 miles to the north or south. It's like they move around a lot. And so being at the right place at the right time with a very set sampling regime, a lot of times we're missing some of these, less intense and long-lasting blooms. They're happening, but we're just not picking them up. But to get that kind of coverage, you're adding a fair amount of money, and some of our folks are at capacity now. So I don't think either Malcolm McFarland at Harbor Branch or Ed at UF probably can do much more than what they're already doing just with workforce, and time. But I am looking at, what's the next 5 years looking like? Where do we put our emphasis?
I think one thing that is interesting to consider when we look at Old Tampa Bay as a model system is the effort that Hillsborough County and partners have put into monitoring what's in the sediment. And so if there's a comparable program in the IRL, Pyridinium isn't the only cyst forming alga that blooms in the IRL. I don't think we know enough about some of the pico and nano-cyanobacteria to know if they have a resting stage or what's going on in the sediment. And so trying to, I've always been a little intimidated by the sediment in the IRL just because of all the muck and
us too.
So But we haven't really done a lot of cyst surveys there, and I think that when we think about the potential for there to be more recurring blooms in a new area, one of the things when Carrie was showing me her slides, if you look back at the history of some of those prior blooms in the IRL, some of those prior blooms have gone far south too, and yet we don't have that happen every year. And so maybe the sediment would give us a better estimate of what's yet to come.
So if we had a sampling regime of sediment, do we have the capacity to do the analysis and the funding?
No, not necessarily, but we have these, these different efforts that are kind of dovetailing. And that's where a lot of the work that we've done on sediment as part of the Center for Applied Research, trying to look offshore. There's a lot of parallels there where a lot of the eDNA methods that we've developed should be transferable. But in terms of doing something like a cyst attack on bloom severity.
So for Hillsborough County, they collect it as part of their annual basic survey and then give us part of the sample for us to do.
We've got a fair amount of muck survey work going on. Usually it's, biogeochemistry, but also now the St. John's is actually looking for seagrass seed banks. So we're out there, we're deploying. The question is, how do you integrate? If you're going to have a team out there and you're doing sediment samples anyway, if we've got an output, for pyrocysts or other cysts, how do we make that happen? Of course, we're all limited with funding and unsure what happens next in the short-term future, but there are gaps, and sediment is one of the big gaps in the Indian River Lagoon. We have not looked at sediment across the board nearly enough. There's some good work being done with muck flux and nutrient flux, but even that's just 5 years old. So we're behind the curve on internal nutrient cycling and the impacts of blooms. Treffry and Austin Fox have done some recent work, just recently published, and they believe that we've got enough internal cycling to set off blooms of all sorts of harmful algal blooms and other species. But it's odd the way it's so, the dynamics of size, duration, and location to me. And I've been on this system 43 years, and I know less now than I did 43 years ago. And I just go, I don't get it. Why here? Why now? Banana River. And as clear as we've seen in probably 2 years. Almost no bloom activity that we'd be worried about. And you would have thought that would have been one of the worst segments of the system. And then just north of Sebastian Inlet, we seem to be having these recurring, very isolated blooms just off the shoreline on the Barren Island. Who knows what's driving that? Could be groundwater. But all the fishing guides are telling me, Wayne, it's perfect everywhere except for right here. And we're not set up to go, do what I would call an attack sample to see what's there. If you're 3 days late, you're going to miss it probably because it's either moved or it flare up and then they disappear within a week. So really difficult system to work.
Yeah, and I think sometimes when you take the name off of all of these things and you just start looking at carbon or trying to track nutrients through the system with the assumption that these are nutrients as well, it helps. Because if you're just looking for, okay, now it's picocyanobacteria, now it's this, really you want to track how much biomass is there and how is it changing over time. And that's where some of the remote sensing, I think, can be really valuable for providing a less restricted view, if you will. But I ask myself that same question on the West Florida shelf. We're chasing after this one organism, and sometimes it is the dominant signal in the biomass, but sometimes it's not. And I think it's really important to identify those cases as well, because we'll never understand blooms if we don't understand how the system is changing, both in response to the blooms and any other questions about paradigm theory? All right, let's go ahead and thank Carrie. Thanks so much for presenting, Carrie. It's 2:31. I think that we will take a quick 5-minute break and then we'll come back and we will work through some more discussion for this afternoon. So Jessica, if we can have a quick 5-minute break. So we'll plan to come back at 2:35. Second, we'll start talking.
Start singing the do.
That's right.
Barb, that is your
You don't want me to sing anything. Rhonda is the one you want to sing.
She's gotta practice. Welcome back. Thank you for that quick break. So to kind of think about the rest of this afternoon's discussion, again, I mentioned before Carrie spoke that some of the things that we have brought up at prior meetings beyond red tide. And so I thought that having one presentation that was beyond red tide was good to just sort of plant the seeds to see what that might look like. Obviously, that wasn't a comprehensive presentation on everything that's being done on Pyridinium, but I think it gives you a taste that there's a lot going on. And that's the case for all of our different HAB issues that we have. They're all kind of in different states of knowledge, different years in terms of how many times we've had impacts and whether it's recurring, whether it's just here or there. And so we have a few things that we've discussed in the past that might be good products to think about this sort of movement beyond red tide. And one of the things that we've discussed previously was just simply a primer. And we saw, I gave a little bit of an intro to some of the different HAB issues that we have in Florida. But in past, we have come up with a list, and they include things like pelagic cyanobacteria, benthic cyanobacteria, pseudonychia, sargassum, gambrodiscus, benthic dinos, and then other. Since we can have new things that come up, and okay, this year we get to worry about this. And so I think one question that I have is whether that's something we still want to work on together. And if there are any other HAB issues at this point that we would want to add to that. And then there are a few other activities that I think go along with that, but I want to just sort of start there. And see if that's something that we still want to work together on, and just again generally see if there's anyone that has another idea or knows of maybe something that already does that. I don't know of anything that does a very contemporary review of what HABs we're currently dealing with beyond some of the work that's put out through the National HAB Office that considers the HADOT algal bloom event database. And I saw Quay's hand go up immediately. Quay? You're on mute, Quay.
I'm even hesitant to mention this. The report that is supposed to come out someday actually does that if it hasn't been edited to remove it due to length. So I don't. The only thing is that I just got an email after telling Kate that I had nothing to say. I just got an email that we're resuming meetings with some of the people in Florida over this report. So I'm guessing that something has moved and there may actually be a change.
You mean like the people in Florida, you mean like a more stakeholder engagement type stuff?
No, this is, I'm trying to remember even who was involved. Let me look at my calendar. That's the best way to tell you. So we have there are 32 people on this. The IWG Hipparca South Florida Assessment Monthly Call. And it's a whole bunch of people from Florida, but it's mostly state agencies that are involved in this. And it may be some people who are here today. No, this one is the federal one. Sorry, there's so many different ones that I was involved in. It's been so long since anything has happened that So this is all the federal agencies that were involved in Habarka in the South Florida report. And we haven't heard from anybody for years, literally. Our concern actually, so I'll tell you the concern is that I have heard people in NOAA say that now that it's a new Congress, this report may never come out because the people, yes. So what needs to happen, and I'm somewhat hesitant to say this, but what needs to happen is for members of Congress to say, we need this report. And the only way members of Congress are going to do that is if people tell them, remind them that this report exists. And I can send to some of you it was actually called for in appropriations language a couple of years ago. And I can send a couple of you the appropriations language that gives the reason that it started. It was not people from Florida, but it would seem to me that people from Florida, people meaning lawmakers from Florida, would be most interested in this report. I don't think it will ever come out if there isn't a push from Congress to get it. It was a report to Congress required by Congress in appropriations language.
But do we know where it's stuck? Whose desk is it sitting on? Do we know?
We don't know an individual. All of our reports are stuck. We have a whole bunch of reports that we've written. So, for example, the HAB report is stuck. There's been a more recent, NOAA was tasked with a report on cyanobacterial data, something that NOAA has no stake in at all. But we wrote that. And now we're also writing the report that we have to write every 5 years about HABs in the U.S. And that was called for in the Habarka language. So each of these is called for in language in different either bills or appropriations language. But they're all stuck, and whether they're stuck in the same place, we know that the Inhabon one is stuck in OMB. And so who knows if it's ever going to come out of OMB. It's, as you can imagine, things are kind of a mess, and they sort of have been for a while, actually, because for some reason there were people in OMB who didn't want these reports to come out. So I could get in some trouble for saying this, but
thank you, Quay.
So much work has gone into these. I hate to see them get stuck.
I think that just given the landscape or aquascape, seascape, so to speak, I think that as we think about what a product might be from the task force, I think it's still important to think about having something that comes from a state effort that provides an overview of our HAB issues. I think even since 2023, we've had some different things pop up. And so I think it will be really helpful for us to think about putting something out that does have a time stamp on it so that we know that as of this point in time, these are some of the big issues that we were dealing with. Obviously, we don't want to reinvent the wheel, but I think that when we've discussed this primer previously, it hasn't been something that's like the public health working guide, and I'll get to that in just a minute, but it's more along the lines of one of these consensus documents where there's images and very high level kind of information that can be digested by different types of audiences.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
Yeah. So I can't remember how long ago we did the primer for HABs in the Gulf of Mexico.
2012.
I mean, but we have something to start with, I guess is what I was saying. I know it's old. I'm sure I can dig up a copy in my files. But lots has happened since then. And it's not the Gulf of Mexico anymore.
And so I think certainly compiling some prior resources where that's been done effectively.
Yeah.
Even considering, I know that when the IRL was working on trying to map kind of events, there was ingestion of a lot of different types of data, and trying to visualize different HAB issues, different types of impacts. And so it may be helpful to kind of revisit that framework where I thought that there's a consolidated effort to visualize the information but not overwhelm. And so there may be some existing resources there that this builds off of. And so I think we want to try to pull those together. I think we want to try to be fairly comprehensive in terms of the HABs that we cover. And we will probably need to make a decision about where those borders even start in terms of our focus. And I'm guessing we would be mostly looking on estuarine to marine, but that's a question. And Dave.
Are you envisioning any part of this document, including how the agencies coordinate on these HAB issues?
So I think that for this particular document, there would be some information on that, but it wouldn't be, I think the main point is to provide information about the HABs themselves, where they occur. So kind of basic high level overview. And then we are planning alongside of this to update the public health guide at the same time. And that's something that is constantly being updated. So Megan is, generally there's at least one update, big update of that a year. But through that, we have these sort of event response and these planning maps, coordination maps. And so a lot of those do exist not just for red tide, but for these other toxins as well. But some of the exercises that might come from this would be more targeted tabletops to help map out some of those types of responses a little bit better. We're using the scallop event as an emergent event to kind of map out what that looks like in contrast to what a typical red tide response looks like. But a lot of those flowcharts are written for HAB issues, not necessarily for a particular type of HAB issue. So they're pretty comprehensive. So hopefully we'll be able to cross-reference those without having to completely reinvent them.
I know Quay's frustrated. It's just, if there's already a lot of work that's gone into it, but there's no way we can access that, right? We can't lift from a section of that.
Do a public records request?
I've been debating that in my mind.
I'll do it.
Well, it depends. It's fairly long, and I have the feeling from the way you're talking about it that you're thinking about something that is much more precise and meant for a different audience. So as you were talking, I realized it might not be pertinent.
I think it's probably still pertinent, and we would want to include it in the reference material. But given that we're still kind of have an open-ended timeline, I think we can think optimistically that the South Florida report will come out. We'll have that. I don't think that this document, as much as I said it should have a timestamp, it doesn't mean that it can't be updated over time. So I think it's important to have that timestamp, but this may be easier to update than some of the other consensus documents, where if we get a new HAB event, okay, then we would, I'm envisioning a map and kind of, we've had these gray boxes to kind of call out certain topical subjects. It may be that each HAB issue gets its own sort of gray box in this. Yes, and then I would like to call on Megan. Raise her hand.
I just wanted to add to that because you mentioned the HAB health guide. So when we were talking about response in that guidance document, we have had a lot of discussions of how do we keep that current and with our ability to make the changes as needed. Whereas if it's with emergency management, then it becomes part of that annual update. So we have looked at this, and we have figured out a way within CFWRI to keep a documented library that gives annual notices of awards, and all of them then would be subset complementary documents from that technical report, because I have Health Guide as a FWC technical report, joint technical report with DOH. So just to talk about it as in terms of making it and having it live forward, we do have discovered a mechanism to create that as a digital report or document or primer in a documents library through our library that gives us annual notifications that you can dismiss not needing update or update. But we have discovered that we have a method and are starting to implement it with the other things, as long as they're embedded as complementary documents to that text.
Would that document be edited or expanded to include new information on mitigation options and things? I mean, where does that come in? Because I mean,
Our health working guide.
Where do we pull this in? That if we're expanding our efforts for mitigation, where does that ever get explained to the public? Where they go to for anything and who's responsible for what?
Is there a question you want an answer to? You're ready.
I think that when Moat has been having these workshops, they are sharing the regulatory framework as it stands and kind of who's responsible for what. Some of those connections are clear and they're well linked, and some of those connections are still considered gaps or things that I think are going to evolve as the program continues to move on. I think that's where learning from the blue-green innovative tech side of things will be invaluable. But kind of how all of these things come together, some of it is in the public health guidance, and that may be tied into things like occupational exposure, where it's kind of thinking about best practices and how we can easily translate those across different people that may be interacting with groups. But if we're going to add another chapter to the public health response guide, it would need to be focused on the public health response. So if
that's one. Yes, it didn't sound like this fits. That would fit neatly into either of those bins that we were creating. It wasn't going to be part of the one about adding additional types of HABs. It wasn't going to be in the health response. It's going to be this other thing, and that's only for marine pedestrian, and it's not the freshwater. So we're trying to do a big basket, or we're still going to have different baskets, and there won't be any place where we explain the states HAB response across all HAB response. It's always going to be compartmentalized.
Do you all ever do things like the federal government does a lot, fact sheets that are really just meant to provide the public and usually lawmakers with a very simplified overview of some particular subject? And it sort of sounds like you just need to get the information out that you all are working on it. And yes, Moat is doing a lot of the work, but it would be good for you all to get the credit for it from the legislature. And the fact sheets are very similar to our web pages, and sometimes they're the same. And would it be possible to do one on control that was just to tell people that you all are working on it?
We.
Yes.
I think that's something we can relay to Kevin and his team, because I know that we have tried when we put out a multi-page document, we try to also put out a synthesized version. And so I think that having a synthesized version, and I think that they did have that for a while, but I think that that would be invaluable. I can't remember if I've seen, like, they used to have on their website, like, kind of an overview.
I have a little book.
Yeah, so they may have, but maybe we can kind of pull that out a little bit more to look at. And I think we are kind of moving into this realm of summarizing information in digestible ways. And so whether it's a primer or a fact sheet, I don't think we're talking about really different things. But in terms of what goes into the public health working guide, that is an extraordinary resource with a ton of information. And so even having some of this that could go at the beginning of the public health working guide, but still stand as its own, 4 or 5 page document that's separate. I don't think they're meant to be mutually exclusive at all. That helps.
I'm not pushing to put something in the public health guide. I just think it needs to be somewhere. I don't think it needs to be one thing for blue greens and another thing for green. We should have one place, not a website. We should have one way of explaining how state responds to HABs and not keep this thing always parsed out so much.
I just want to clarify the title of the public. It's a resource guide for public health response to HABs. And there's a chapter, like in our technical report that this gets updated, there is a chapter on response that covers all agencies, and it's all HABs and regulatory guidelines to cover that, because it's meant to contain information to develop, to understand what the state does and develop those. So part of this response chapter and these exercises that we're talking about today is going in that and is capturing some of the DEP and doing changes to those flows. And I only mention that because public health in the human animal environmental definition of it. So if you're making additional primers, it's not necessarily misplaced as a supplement document to that.
Okay. What we don't want to do is be redundant, but we've got this opportunity to look beyond red tide to the bigger picture of HABs. So this would be a good opportunity to just refer back. Because, the public, this stuff comes in and then, we have an election, you've got, 20% turnover in electors and they don't know what's happened. So it's a way to, reinforce what we've already done, not big sections and not detail, but say we've, got this health component. But the other thing I'm thinking about, and Quay, tell me if my memory's lapsing here. If I recall the congressional mandate to do that South Florida report basically at the federal level, one of the leaders on that was Congressman Brian Mast,
yes,
if I recall correctly.
Yes,
and I also remember that he included what they were calling at the time the northern estuaries that on the Gulf side ran to Tampa Bay and all of the Indian River Lagoon. And so I don't know what that document looks like, but I know a lot of us sat in, basically conversational meetings with the federal agencies who were charged to do that work. And a lot of the local state water management knowledge was being kind of pushed up to NOAA to put that document together. So it would, I think, be very good to see what that looks like. So we're not, trying to recreate what's already been done, even though I do think we're going to need a finer filter if we do this for the state, because it didn't include the Panhandle and the Big Bend. It didn't go up to the Halifax But, you know, depending on where that is in its development, could be a really useful tool, whether it's released federally or not. You know, getting a draft of that would probably be valuable.
Yes, it would be really valuable, although I don't personally think it was as good a synthesis as it could have been because of the deadlines that were inflicted on NOAA. And so they sort of said, now you're going to stop. And it was shortly after all the listening sessions. So much of the material from the listening sessions did not get incorporated into it. That doesn't mean it's lost. This is just an interim report. And I was looking up as we were talking the actual legislation, and I was confused. And HAB was in the appropriations language, and this one was a separate bill by itself, which I could send to all of you. And we extended the geographic region much further up the West Coast than the original bill called for, because it didn't make sense to leave out, for example, Tampa Bay, which was left out in the original bill. And so I'll send it to you shortly. I was just hunting it up. And you can see for yourselves what it was. It's not as good as I think it could have been, but maybe the final one could be. There was going to be, in theory, so this is an interim, and then there was going to be a comment period on this one, which would actually be a formal comment period. And then they were going to come out with the final. I don't know, because it's been delayed so much. It's now, actually, I would consider it quite out of date because so much has happened in the last 2 years. But whether they're going to go to the trouble of rewriting it and adding to it all the things they've learned from the listening sessions, I don't know. Because again, there will be more deadlines, and they figure it's better to get it out in not quality is not the major criterion, I guess, is what I would say. But anyway, I can send you the bill. And I'll have to think about, I don't have the final copy. It's been considerably edited since I last saw it. So I don't have that edited copy, which is what went up for approval. I can try and get a copy and see if there is not great heartburn to letting it out. But there might be. Because technically with federal reports, you're not supposed to do that.
But is Brian Mass still seated?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
What if a private citizen contacted Brian Mass' office?
I think that would be perfectly appropriate. I think there needs to be more than just one private citizen. Yeah. Wanda, I see you counting everybody. But I suspect that there are people who work for state agencies that can't contact him. And there are organizations whose contact to him might mean more than other organizations. So passing it along to others who might have more contacts might be useful.
Yep.
So again, I think we'll err on the side of optimism to say that we'll get some sort of a draft at some point. And I think that I'm generally feeling some consensus that having a complementary document of sorts that does provide an overview of HAB issues is a good idea. It seems like trying to draw lines between freshwater, marine, not a good idea in this. And so is that something where we would want to have it be encompassing of freshwater issues as well? Okay, we got a yes. Do we have any opposed to that? Okay. Anyone opposed to the idea of a primer? Again, recognizing that there's other information out there that we need to consider. So some of the things that I wanted to ask opinions on next would be just ensuring that we're continuing to get information about these other HABs at our upcoming meetings. We're not going to turn away from Carnegie Brevis. So sorry if you thought that that was, if we were closing the door on one HAB and opening the door on the others. We are going to continue to work on that unless, it goes away. And then I'm always wishful that it's just going to go away. But given that that probably isn't the reality, we have had, I think, including presentations within task force meetings has been really invaluable. And it definitely gives you all a chance to see a different side of the work than what you might see in your normal day to day. And so that's something that we can continue to do and continue to bring people in. But I just wanted to go over some of the things that we've discussed in past meetings so that we can kind of discuss what some good paths forward might look like. But we had discussed possibly having something more along the lines of a seminar series. So not necessarily having speakers come solely to these events, but having a separate seminar series focused on HAB issues. We've been really successful with using the state of the science as a means to help dive into a new topic. And so we've done some special coverage of cyanobacteria issues. Obviously, we're working towards the nutrient state of the science with focus on Crinea. But that would be another possibility, again, moving forward into the future. I think that with respect to some of the future grant calls, at some point it may be helpful to move towards something a little bit more concrete to help inform that. And then I'm going to bring up this topic, and a Florida HAB meeting is something that we kind of keep coming back to. I will say that just putting on a state of the science that is focused on one very small, but very large part of red tide is challenging. Putting on something like a whole Florida HAB meeting, like it's not something you can just do in a day or a day and a half and call it done. And so I think it's still a good idea, but I don't think it's something that's necessarily easy to execute. And, it's a fairly big ask. But I do think it would be a good way to get a lot of information within a condensed period of time. So those are some different things, and maybe people have other ideas, other thoughts on how to get information. But I thought that at least those were a few ways that we discussed in the past. We could talk about, what might come next. So, yeah, Dave.
Would your seminar series be virtual?
Most likely. Yeah, I think it would have to be, just given that they're likely presenters in different places.
Find that. Cover things you cover in a Florida HAB meeting. I'm one who's always, I love the meeting we have up in New England. You go to it all the time, you know well. Managers say especially when they go to other meetings they don't. It's been a good thing for many years. Luckily, we have a patients. Figure out agenda. It's only one day. Second day is for workshops, demonstrations. A number of people just go for something. But if that's a problem, then maybe you could do some of the same things, seminar series, do pyridinium, do perennium, sargassum, whatever topic. Seminar, you start to do somewhat the same.
So the seminar series and that model kind of focuses, like there would be one day that might focus, or one seminar that would focus on a certain topic.
way to do it. If you wanted, I was thinking it's just a single talk, but if you did a single talk this month on sargassum, next month it's iridinium, and next month it's something else, and next month, little by little, people are attending, you get feeling for the research. But that's an interesting idea, is where you have a 2 or 3 shorter talks.
And have on shorter, having more people talk.
Who is the audience? Is the audience other scientists, or is and the managers, or is the audience the public?
I think it's the former play. So this is kind of taking the place of a HAB symposium, or maybe building up to one that would not be necessarily, like driven towards the public eye, but more towards scientific participants. And I think that possibly having something like a seasonal seminar series, we could queue it up so that it's also kind of like, as we get into cyano season, we're not talking about something that's not going to happen for another 8 months.
So I'll say that and have on a seminar series with 2 to 3 talks, fairly short, and I think have been really successful. We keep getting, but I think we're still at about 120 people or so, aren't we, Quay?
Yeah.
And I think one of the other key successes of that's a little painful, I guess, but it's the dry runs. So keeping people on time, on task, so that we actually get through in the time that's allotted.
Well, the other aspect of the dry run is we have 2 dry runs. The first one is everybody talks about what they're going to talk about. And then the next time they actually do their talks. But the purpose of this is if there are any overlaps or things that, somebody should really talk about, we're missing that. And I think it makes for much better talks.
It's just more work.
Yes, it is considerable work.
Yeah, but I do think it's worth the time.
Yeah, I do too.
I threw out quarterly because I don't think that it's fair to think about doing it well more frequently than that. And so even 3 times a year, like that might be sufficient.
Yeah, we've sort of dropped back to 3 times a year because it is so much work.
Okay, just a thought. If we're thinking about doing a primer, but you're going to do 3, webinars or seminars, if you structured those speakers in a certain, way, you could, and I'm thinking about the staff workload to put these papers together. Maybe you could get the corpus of that primer out of those, 3 webinars. And if they're structured similarly, then it's going to be a lot easier on staff here. You're not having to assemble all that information. It's being handed to you in a very, common structure. Mm-hmm. And then you just put the front end, the preface on it, why you're doing it. And if you get the right group of speakers, you may be able to check that box with, just assembling those three seminars.
Yeah,
but it would be the speakers / authors would be responsible for delivering the product to FWC and our task force. So staff's not having to go through the kind of workload that you do when we do our consensus documents. I mean, there'll still be an editorial piece to that, but it might take some of the workload off.
I sense we'll probably still be authoring things, as much as you might invite somebody to present something and then, okay, now will you write that up for our primer? I suspect we'll probably
End up keeping them on time, right?
Yeah. lend a helping hand
I
there.
was taking notes on that.
But I think that this is something that we can work internally and come up with a couple of different concepts. I think it would be helpful to have some members of the task force involved as well. I'm not sure if we want to try to make a working group to kind of think about this more comprehensively, but it would be a way to continue some progress, outside of the task force. I think that I think I like the seminar series idea, and I think that would be, I think it would be pretty cool to work on. I think that it does feel a little bit more doable than a whole Florida HAB meeting, which, to be honest, like, it would be, there's a lot of people working on Florida HAB issues. And so that meeting would be very well attended, and it would cover a lot of diverse topics. And I think it would be much harder to pull together. But this seems like it's sort of a more balanced structure. So personally, I think it feels like a better fit. But
Just one comment, that what we do in the New England ones have give the managers would say in what their year was like. Maine talks about what closures they had in Massachusetts. They all get to talk to each other, and the scientists sort of hear what happened. I don't know whether that would be something you'd want to do in this series, but that's one of the reasons the managers like it. Yeah.
Well, and you could see Carrie was presenting on, like, even this past year being a really weird year relative to those prior years, and for multiple regions. We definitely have a different structure, so it's not exactly apples to apples. But I think giving an overview of the different HAB issues before, as part of these speakers. And so that's where, if they're working, perhaps the speakers working more in a research space, we would want to pair that with a monitoring talk so that we have a sense of what the issue is, how bad it is, where is it.
Another thing we did recently, we brought in someone that talked about climate change and changing circulation in the Gulf of Maine. Everybody enjoyed that because they all know what's happening. Mussels are disappearing. This is happening. This is happening. How we're getting an explanation how the Gulf Stream is penetrating from the north, and cold water's not making it into the Gulf. So that, beyond the HABs, you can find some topics like that.
Definitely a lot of the hurricane tracking that's ongoing, which involves its own sort of specialized glider deployments. It ties into a lot of what we're working on in terms of where upwelling starts, like how long it persists, what the source is. So yeah, no, I think there can be special topics as well. And we're not kicking Red Tide out of it, so Red Tide can be involved in the seminar series too. Okay, so then so we can continue to work on that. How do people feel about ongoing presentations as part of our task force meetings? Would this maybe take the place of that for a little while, or do we want to continue to have? Generally, I think it's a good way to break up the meeting and get to have your brain work in a slightly different way. But I did just want to touch base as we go forward, because we'll be thinking about speakers for the next meeting and how to coordinate that.
So the seminar series, whatever we're going to call it, would that still be open to the public in Florida?
A seminar series, I think, would be open to whoever has a link.
Yeah.
So we wouldn't restrict it.
Right.
But then there's usually a certain number of, like, carrying capacity. So there's some administrative details that I'm glossing over that.
Yeah, sure.
Not that
To go back to your question, I think we've reached the inflection point. Having that next meeting, continuing it, whether it's to hear the data that we just heard, discussed.
I'm having trouble hearing Don.
Oh, sorry, I'm leaning back. Anyway, I was just saying that I think we've hit an inflection point in the control field in Florida, that things are beginning to happen in the field, and that we should continue the kind of discussion we had today, which means that either we could have the people that, maybe it's Moat again, giving us more data on what the 2 field trials they just briefly described, or they talked about a 3rd one that's ready to go as soon as they get DEP permit. If there's something new in 3 months or so, we had a good discussion about that. A lot of issues came up. I'd like to see it continue.
I don't know if it's the seminar series, and tying that to a 1-day meeting, or what we do here if we're not going to have the discussions here, but having something where people are talking about what their year was like, or what they learned, or the seminar series, that at some point we synthesize what we heard from that to say what we learned, how did we coordinate better, how did we outreach the public improve, what are the things that we can do better based on what we know from the most recent year, right? So I don't know if one is a direct, like what we do here, or if we're going to try to set up some annual meeting, ties back to those seminar series discussions or presentations, but somehow getting a synthesis of that to say we can do better by doing this and this, and just always upping our game.
And I think those meetings happen in different ways for different issues. So like I know in preparation for the scallop season, we have a series of meetings that we do, and then we start sampling at a certain point in advance. And so that's a good example where we're definitely reviewing what happened last year to try to make decisions about what we're going to do this year. I think a lot of that does happen sort of organically, but not necessarily in the realm of a big summary. I think that what you guys have done with the blue-green algae, the training to kind of kick the season off, where you go over how things are going, kind of the overall protocol practices, that's something that we could try to think about tweaking slightly, have it kind of a different format. With Carnea blooms being somewhat unpredictable in terms of when they start, we usually, rather than suspending calls, we just reduce the frequency of our check-in calls where we're meeting to discuss the status.
We haven't suspended calls. It has been a frequency thing for maybe the last 2 years. Yeah.
But yeah, trying to have that year in review. Is there anything like that for the IRL? Do you guys put out a year in review?
We do from a programmatic standpoint. So we put an annual report out that basically has every single project, everything's on a story map. And we do what I would call a very broad overview. And Chuck, when he was with the district, helped, and they're continuing to help. That's just, what did the year look like in general? With the lagoon, it's impossible to say anything in general. So, 2/3 of the lagoon looks great. Down south, we're pushing 1 billion gallons of water a day out of Lake Okeechobee. So we just try to, in our annual report, say, okay, here's where we are. So, and I can send this, to staff, and I should have brought a bunch of copies, but it's more of a stakeholder report that says, the state, the local governments, and the federal government has given us X amount of dollars. Here's exactly where those dollars went. And this is what we're seeing. So this year, for the first time. We're guardedly optimistic because we've seen better water quality in general. And we've seen a rebound of seagrasses, even though it's small, it's significant. But managing expectations on that with the public, we're still 24 hours away from the next bloom, and the next impact. But we have been very careful from the NEP to manage expectations and not get technical in that annual report. But we do water quality reports that are fairly in-depth every single quarter, that are publicly available all through so we just did it 2 weeks ago. We've got a management board of 30 plus resource managers. We've got a science advisory committee of over 33 research organizations, and then over 25 citizens. And those 3 meetings roll into our board of directors meetings, which is DEP, a governing board member, each from the 2 water management districts, and an elected official from each of the 5 counties. So we're given that big view, but from the perspective of projects completed, rather than trying to kind of microanalyze the last 12 months, because it's almost impossible to be accurate the more we roll up. And we've been really, unlike a lot of NEPs, we're reluctant to do a report card because, how do you report on a system so diverse? And they always become, the more you roll the data, the more inaccurate it becomes. And it's either, so the entities that are advocacy groups will use a report card to raise money. So it's better to be super negative. And if you're super positive, everybody thinks the problem's solved and you don't want to put money back into the system. So we've been really careful to keep it just on the business side and the broader perspective. But happy to give that to staff and they can share it with you all. But it's also on our website. In fact, everything's on the website, including those quarterly meetings. And those are done by each of the 2 water management districts. And that's a deep dive on water quality, salinity, temperature, oysters, seagrasses. So yeah, we spent a lot of time educating on how does it look. But it's never enough. With, I think there's 1.8 million residents in our watershed, but they're spread over 170 miles. So the perspective down in Martin County is totally different than if you're up in northern Brevard or Volusia and looking across the water at Kennedy Space Center. But communication is a challenge. It really is.
I think it's good to hear from that. And I think, again, going into this, these next steps, the integration of metrics that can essentially quantify severity in some way becomes important. Just because we can say we had a bloom last year and we can say we had a bloom the year before, but there's probably a lot of differences there. And so how we go into those differences and how we pull that out. You saw Terry's been able to pull out an index for pyridinium bloom severity. We have a lot of different indices for Corynea bloom severity that come from different elements of monitoring, tracking, assessment. And some of these other HABs, those things may be already well constrained, and for others it may be if there's an emergent event sort of developed on the fly or after the event. But I think the seminar series lends itself well to there being things at different stages, and I do like the idea of trying to pair up somebody that can talk about data as well as innovative research and things like that. So I think making sure that there's some grounding with each presentation that says that this is, again, when, where, why we care about this will be really important. And I think that we have some good issues to focus on going forward. I think that one question that I have, just again with the seminar series in mind, we can brand that as a Florida HAB seminar series. We could also have it be kind of like a HAB task force, or we can try to have a working group that is similar to some of our other working groups that's dealing with some of these other HAB issues. It kind of comes back and reports to the task force. And I don't know if we're ready to even have a decision on that, but I did want to see if folks had any thoughts or comments on that.
Well, since it's going to require infrastructure to do a seminar series, and it's going to have to be an FWC infrastructure. So they will, I assume, want some part of the branding. So I think that you may want to, and I think that having people who come up, who are on this working group, if there is a working group, need to be, I was thinking I'm really interested in doing it, but I don't know the constraints in Florida. So I would need to work with people, if there was a working group, who are well aware of the constraints in Florida. Because, if I do something at NOAA, I have constraints. So
legal issues?
Pardon?
I'm trying to figure out what constraint says, and I guess
a constraint would be the sunshine laws.
Yeah.
Yes, that's a constraint.
Those sorts of constraints. Okay. I was like, I don't want to dive too deeply into constraints necessarily, but no, we would have to be mindful of sunshine, but we would work through that and ensure that we were okay to do whatever we step forward to do. We do have multiple task force members assisting with the state of the science as steering committee or TAC members.
So is this marine only?
The seminar series, good question. I think that if it were FWC or HAB task, if it's FWC sponsored, then probably yes. If it's HAB task force sponsored, then I would open it to the group to decide.
My first thought is that if you're only doing 4 of these a year, I don't think you're going to get the breadth that you want if you throw marine and freshwater together.
We have enough problems with just marine.
Freshwater may want to do their own.
So I think we could start out marine, and then I'm not agreeing to have a seminar series that extends indefinitely into the future for the next 25 years. But if it's a success, then hopefully then it becomes a platform for ongoing opportunities. But I think the primer can focus on other, beyond estuary and marine HABs. But I would like to see the seminar series at least preliminarily focus.
I like the idea of having it linked to this task force because it's a way for us to gather more information. It's happening. It has a purpose. It's not branding. Could be AFWC, could be a task force and FWC, especially if it's marine.
This is something you might do like through the secret.
Say that again. I couldn't quite hear you.
Through Sea Grant.
Through Sea Grant.
Yeah, instead of Kate, taking having to manage all that, instead of having these, say, the science symposium, maybe It goes through.
Well, yeah, because Sherry's not online anymore, so.
So I think we would need to talk internally, and Jessica's here, but I think we would want to talk internally to see how we would be able to facilitate and come up with a little bit more of a like suggested structure, and then think about, you know, how much work it's going to be and whether that's something that we can take on or whether we need to solicit additional assistance. And usually, you know, we'll get some good feedback. I'm very open. Like if we did want to reach out to others to help like facilitate this, I could see. I'm not sure if other state agencies would actively get involved, but certainly that's a possibility. I think that there's potential with Socorro and GCUS to be involved as well because they have a lot of HAB focus in their work, and I think that with the HAB on connection, there's some really good, easy connections there. So I think we could kind of put together what it might look like. We can see what limitations we have internally and whether we can support it, and then kind of expand out from there. But yeah, it won't just be me starting it. I'm pretty bad with getting things accurately up and everything working perfectly. Garbage disposal is going in the background.
Well, we use the steering committee and HAB for the community of practice to help us with the webinars. They're the ones who provide the comments during the dry runs. So having a group of people that can help you, that's where they would be particularly useful.
And help us find the right speakers.
Yeah, that's the other thing that the group does, so that you're not stuck doing everything.
We'll work through a little bit more of what this could look like, what some of the constraints may be in terms of working in the sunshine, especially given that we'd like the task force members to be involved if they're able to. I think that the idea of having some sort of a guiding committee is a good one. And so again, we'll try to put this together and see what it looks like and have something a little bit more holistic to present at the next meeting. I think that this will be really excellent, again, just in terms of working towards this goal that we've had for a while. So I'm really excited about this. I think that given our various, I was just kind of going back over the timeline. I think that certainly at the next task force meeting, we could present this overview, and then sometime next year start the seminar series, but have some time to kind of stage and plan it. And we may want to try to plan the whole year kind of at the beginning so that we can brand it all together. That may be impossible. And so I want to try to talk to some folks that are streets this before I commit to too much. But certainly we can come back and share what we've put together. And I think this will be great. Yeah, no, I think it'll be really exciting. I think there will be a lot of interest, and I know I'm excited to, I would love a Florida HAB symposium. I just don't want to organize it.
You're here.
Yes, if somebody else is really excited to put something on,
We'll find the money.
And it has money to support it.
Don, just out of curiosity, I know Mindy puts the time in to do the organizing, but because people, how much work is it really to put together?
I was going to say, it is not that much. She will get me and Mike and Dennis together 2 or 3 times to work out an agenda. We'll suggest who we want to put in there, what kind of talks we want. Some of the things are the same year after year, the Massachusetts, Maine, and so forth. And what workshops we might want to have. It's just an hour or two, maybe 2 or 3 times. And then Mindy has to do all finding hotel blocks for people. And we do it in the same, now we're in the same place that, that Chris Nash gives us the facility, so we get it for free, and that's, so she just goes up a day earlier. It's not a huge amount of time.
But you have 2 or 3 HAB issues. Like, I'm just like.
No, anything about
I can't think of a proxy that has, like, I'm in 5 meetings a week to cover just what happened over the past week with Flu Green, with the IRL, like, there's these different.
You can spin that the other way and say that makes your life easier, because we're actually, all right, what do we want for our science talks this year? And we're drawing only from New England, you're drawing only from Florida. But because we don't have that many of those issues, it's like we don't want to get repetitive too soon. So having more HABs gives you maybe an easier time setting up an agenda. But
I haven't measured our coastline.
Isn't the weather beautiful out today?
But no, it's there's just not the same kind of structure where it would be directly translatable.
But maybe after a year or two, you said, well, maybe we can do a symposium now instead of this. I think it's a good way to start.
I'm having a senior moment. Where's the next national meeting?
Yeah, we just know the University of Florida is going to be the ones sort of organizing it instead of NUIPEC. But wait, they haven't decided on where the next US HAB meeting will be?
No, I don't think so. I'm not involved anymore, so I don't actually know.
Yeah, I haven't.
So if that's in Florida, maybe we could have a special session at that.
I was thinking that.
So I'm in the process of planning a conference for this summer, and I don't like it. I'm not even like the main person, but I don't like it. But we're working with the HAB group, and they're doing a lot of it for us. Actually, like booking the hotels.
I was gonna bring that up. Just
because they have their own conference. We're just kind of
Florida Environmental Health.
Yeah. Because we can't accept payments, and so we had to reach out to them to be able to accept application payments, and so we're coordinating with them to organize our
Mainly
conference.
health department.
It is, yeah.
And that FEHA
But
conference is huge and crazy.
We would love
We
to
just
more than just department staff to be there. Yeah.
And there's a few, that's a good.
Yeah.
The Greater Everglades, the gear meeting also sometimes has HAB topics as a focal session, and so that may be something else that we can consider, is whether there's special sessions that we can build into some of these meetings. I don't know.
States Snowflake Conference.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's a good point, that several of us are presenting on different HAB issues there, and I will be giving a presentation on Florida's HAB issues. Yes.
I'm jotting it. I'm putting you on the agenda.
Okay.
Yeah.
And on that agenda, yeah, there's
On the record.
Yep. I'm putting it on the agenda.
so, but that's a good reminder that some of these, like putting a presentation together for that, it could be presented in other forms too. So, okay. All right. Well, I think in terms of just to kind of recap, in preparation for this next meeting that we have in June, some of the things that we want to revisit include going back to some of the discussion that we had about the mitigation and technology development initiative, some of the work coming from that, and thinking about how we can weigh in specifically on the checklist. But also, I think that, as I mentioned, try to summarize the discussion from today, try to organize it a little bit, but I think that trying to think about what a working document, some sort of a document may look like in terms of recommendations for research and science. So that's something that we'll try to pull together and present at the next meeting. We had mentioned trying to have somebody from probably Ed Smith from the Blue Green Innovative Tech Program come and present. And then I think that we'll have a chance to dive a little bit more into the Beyond Red Tide HABs issue. So those are some focal points for our next half-day virtual meeting. Given the timelines that we have, State of the Science coming up, and there will be some products from that, I was wondering, we have had sort of a difficult time scheduling a meeting beyond June. And given that we have some other, beyond June, we have some other things going on. I'm wondering if we want to try to move to biannual meetings instead of the quarterly meetings. And so that was a question that I had for you all. I think that we have some really good targeted products that we're still working on that I think are going to be excellent and important to get out. So I don't want to shortchange those at all. But that was just a question that I had for the group. We've seen each other a lot recently because we were just working on consensus document 3. And so that's something where there's always the possibility of having additional meetings if we're trying to get a product out.
If it goes down to 2, do you think both in person or still one in person?
I'm not sure. We were trying to do support in-person meetings, I think, as much as we can, because as far as I can tell, everyone really gets one out of that. And we've been able to still manage the folks that maybe aren't able to travel pretty well. Mm-hmm. Weird noises and stuff aside.
I think you ought to try it. You know, if we need more, you can schedule more. And so if it works at biannual, let's do that.
I think especially if we have that series.
Yeah, I know that'll be.
That'll catch us up on what's happening.
Okay. Any other and just sorry, the blue economy was something that you do, and maybe that's something that we want to explore more in the future as well. I'm not sure if that will fit into the meeting at June, but I think it's a good point, and seeing what happens with that office and where that goes at the state level, we may want to keep that as an active discussion topic.
Let me take that responsibility. I need to call Jim Sullivan anyway. And I had heard they had hired an executive director, and I heard it was just a rumor. You heard anything, along the blue-green side for that office? Yeah, let me do some digging, because I need to find out anyway. And I'll just, give it to staff, and they can share the news if somebody's there. My understanding was that there was no appropriation with that authorization of creating the office. And they may be buried in the budget. So the governor's budget's out, but House and Senate are still in committee. So I can't imagine that there isn't going to be some commitment to fund that office. And so we're right at the very beginning of kind of a new office that nobody is exactly sure where it's headed. But I know Florida Ocean Alliance just, confirmed its report to the legislature, which is just a 2-pager, and they're pushing really hard on the coastal ocean economy as being a focal point.
All right. Any other questions, topics before we close up for today? Well, thank you all for attending. Thank you for anyone that is online. Thank you, Ray, Jessica. Thanks to Sarah. Thanks, Sarah. For your support for making this happen. Thank you. I always forget to thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Jessica,
Bye, Quay. Good to see you.
Bye. Good to see you all.
Good to see you working.